Multicolored lacquer painting is then used to ornament the moles, which in the end bear a Mughal or Persian feel. Ivory is crafted into pens. Chess sets, jewelry and other accessories such as keychains by the expert craftsman is crafted into pens. Such detailed work, while being extravagant, chess sets is indeed a feat. Jewelry and other accessories such as keychains by the expert craftsman is crafted into pens. Such detailed work, while being extravagant, chess sets is indeed a feat. Jewelry and other accessories such as keychains by the expert craftsman is crafted into pens. Such detailed work, while being extravagant, chess sets is indeed a feat. Jewelry and other accessories such as keychains.
The abode of God, a place where you can explore your soul and meet power of natural elegance of mountains. Spread over an area of 12,605 hectares, the Margalla Range, the foothills of Himalayas, are youngest hills with an age of 5,000 years old. Margalla Hills are home to around 600 plant species, 250 bird varieties, 38 mammals.
Welcome back to Sports Extra with me, Ahmed Nawaz. Time now to discuss Pakistan up against Bangladesh, the first T20 international of the three-match series starting on Friday at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. The team's training sessions are underway at the very same venue in batting, bowling and fielding, with some practice matches also being played in the squad that has been selected. The selection of the squad has raised a lot of questions, always does. People are never happy, you can say that for a fact. Ahmad Butt on your screens right now was very, very hopeful that he's going to put up a good performance in the all-round category. Of course, Pakistan did invest a lot in Fahim Ashraf, but the all-rounder they wanted didn't come out. Two potential names that I have been mentioning on the show were Ahmad Butt and Amir Yameen, who I thought were brilliant all-rounders. Now one of them gets a chance, and we sincerely hope that he gets to perform as well. Apart from Ahmad, there are certain new names to talk about as well. Usman has once again been retained in the squad. Of course, he was there for the series against Sri Lanka as well, but definitely he wasn't given a chance then. Australia as well at the same time. We have to talk about a lot of names that have been excluded, including Mohammad Amir, who's not been selected in the squad. The pace battery is going to comprise of bowlers other than Mohammad Amir. Sarfraz Ahmed didn't get a call back, what people were expecting. Of course, their choice was Mohammad Rizwan. And the big name that was left out, Fakhr Zaman and Imamul Haq, and the chance was given to other people as well. Wes, how do you see the squad, first of all, in general? Are you happy with the fact that they've selected top performers from the region? I know some of them would still be heartbroken that they didn't get a call back, but certainly I think a lot of performers have been given a chance.
It's good. Again, I would say. I mean, see, even I complained one thing that you're going to be preparing for the T20 World Cup coming up. It's not that far, and you have the Asia Cup, if I'm not, that's also a T20 tournament before the World Cup. And you're preparing for the future. And getting the senior campaigners up over here, the real, again, I would say the real team would be after the PSL, who performs and who comes back to the Pakistan team and who's a new face. But this is a good sign. Again, I would say that you have got some new faces up over here, guys who has been consistently performing in the part of the team. Imad Butt was one, because I remember, Ahmed Bhai, you remember Pakistan went 2-1 T20 match what we played back in England when Khalid and Sharjeel issue had happened on. He was with the Pakistan team. He came back. He was dropped off for no reason. I mean, they were touring back to UAE, if I'm not wrong. And he came back strong. He performed superbly in the Kaiser-e-Azam Trophy with the ball and with the bat.
He's got some good shoulders.
He's got strong shoulders and he's got a strong fitness level too. So I hope so he gets a game up over here. Secondly, I mean, a new youngster, Ahsan, I mean, as an opener, I think so he would be obviously there, because when you don't have Fakhr Bhai And Imam, I'm not sad for Imam ul Haq because he's more a white ball cricketer, one-day cricketer as compared to T20.
Khushdil Shah also in the squad.
I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him because I mean, Ahmed Bhai, if you're going to be investing in him, I hope so you do, because I mean that slot at number 5 and 6 position, still Pakistan needs someone who can fill it up over here. A lot of investment on Asif Ali, but Asif Ali, I mean, I'm not against him, but he's kind of a batsman who has been strong, flamboyant kind of a batsman in the county cricket or the domestic cricket going on around the world. He has been strong enough, but not has made an impact in the international cricket. Khushdil Shah, I hope so he does on, because he's got strong arms, and if you're investing in him and he's a youngster, it's just that you stick around with him and you just let him free. Let him play free cricket, I mean, just not disturb his mind that you need to be under pressure or something. The criticism going on Hafiz and Shoaib, bringing him back in the squad, I mean, Misbah Bhai had one thing over here, that we need to even have an experience in the middle order. Many of them might argue with him, but I go with him. I mean, because I agree with him, because you need an experience thing in the middle order.
But at the cost of what? You've opened up a big Pandora box, because you just talked about Shoaib Malik and Hafiz. I've been joined now on telephone line by a great female commentator, a great cricket expert, one of the greatest cricket experts that I've known. So much to learn from her always. She's none other than the very great Miss Leena Moin Aziz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Sports Extra.
Walaikum salam, Ahmed, and thank you very much for the great introduction. Thank
you deserve every bit of it. Awais just opened up a great Pandora box. He talked about Shoaib Malik and Mohammad Hafiz. I was going to pitch another question to you, but you've heard that now. Mine was that, are we still happy that we always claim that new faces need to be given a chance, but we still have 2 old faces in the squad?
You see, Emma, the thing is that this is the T20 level. It's the smallest, shortest form of the format, the shortest format. So I believe youngsters need to be given a chance here. I mean, I agree that, Shoaib Malik and Hafiz are very experienced, and we do need experienced head. But we're looking ahead at the World Cup, which is in Australia, and Shoaib is averaging under 14 runs, strike rate of 108. In Australia, and Hafiz, we could benefit if he can bowl. If he's, if he's allowed to bowl, and if he can bowl, then he's useful. But if he can't bowl just as a batsman, I don't know. I don't think so. I would still go with youngsters, because there's quite a few youngsters playing well. You keep hearing names, and this one's doing well, and that one's doing well, and Zishan of Ashraf, and all these players. So and Khushdil Shah, and also I feel if they're not given a chance, you would not know what's their caliber, whether they can perform well under pressure. Just look at India, how they're giving chances to Manish Pandey and Iyer. If they would bring back Rahul Dravid and Sunil Gavaskar, can they progress? I don't think so.
Definitely, you've raised a real big, I think, valid point over here with India as well at the same time as a comparison. We also have, it's a talk of the town now, obviously. I think I have to ask you this with the exclusion of Mohammad Amir now. That's been a real trend, what has been happening. There was also a rumor of a deleted tweet where he criticized the management for punishing him for not being part of the test squad. What are your thoughts and analysis on this?
You see, in my book, Test cricket is the pinnacle of the game, and I would have loved it. But it was that for a couple, 1 or 2 years since he's come back, he hasn't done that well in Test cricket, except in England, where they play with a Duke's ball and he can swing the ball. Other than England, he hasn't done that well, and he's given up. If you're a big cricketer, you got to make a name as one of the the greatest cricketers and all that. You don't give up. If you can't, you're not swinging the ball, you go to the experts. He's a left arm bowler. He could have gone to Wasim Akram, worked his difficulties out with him, come back, and showed that he's got character. By retiring from Test cricketer, for me, Test cricket, he hasn't shown character. And for that, I think even if he's punished, it's fine, because the country had done so much for him, the Pakistan Cricket Board had done so much for him, so it was time to repay them, and he wasn't doing that. So if he's dropped for that reason, maybe it's time to show people that you can't always just play around and do what you want. There is time to sort of do things for your country.
All right, thank you so much, Leena Moeen Aziz, a great cricket expert, talking to us here at Sports Extra with her viewpoint of the situation as well. Avais, there is a time when you have to move on. And okay, we've said that we're going to not include Mohammad Amir in this series. If we've dropped him for a genuine reason, then it shouldn't be that he comes back for the World Cup suddenly. Then you've got to be sure that something is going to, or give him an urge to perform in the PSL.
See, again, I would tell me, it's an old story, what I'm going to repeat on. Why are we discussing Amir Bhai and Wahab Bhai's exclusion of the T20? It's because we had never ever prepared for the future. It was that, okay fine, Amir is there, Wahab is there, your test squad and the one day in the T20 leading attack is there, so don't worry about that 5 to 6 years. That was the mindset of the Pakistan, of our crowd. I would say even ex-cricketers or the big names sitting in the Pakistan Cricket Board. That's the point I see on that. You need to go for plan B over here. Leena mentioned about the Indian cricket. I mean, what's good, we need to say that. I mean, they have got some plan B. Australia has got some plan B.
B, C, D,
B,
E,
C,
everything.
D.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we are stick to plan A. We don't have a plan B over here.
Not even a plan
Listen,
A.
if Khuda na Khasta, Shaheen Shah Afridi gets injured or if he's not performing well, if the other fast bowler, I would say not Haris Rauf, Hasnan isn't performing well, for the T20s I'm talking, if Shane Wari does not, whom do you have a second name for you? Have you got a second name for you? You don't have a name. Again, you would approach Amir Aman. Please come back to the
Talk to
T20
Wahab
squad.
once again.
Talk to Wahab, come back to the T20 squad because you never prepared for the future cricket. That's the point. Nowadays, if you just watch out, many of the teams, they try to build a test cricket different and the one day.
तो देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है।
तो हारिस, लाहौर के अंदर मेलबर्न स्टार जैसी बड़ी बड़ी टीमों की आपने नुमाइंदगी की, जो ट्रैक सूट आज आपको मिला है, इसकी खुशी के लम्हात थोड़ा सा एलेबरेट करिएगा। सेकेंडली, एक आपका स्टाइल था जो कि आप गर्दनें उतारा करते थे, आदाब पर आ गए, उसके पीछे क्या स्टोरी थी? किसी ने कुछ कहा था, बताया गया था थोड़ा सा आपको?
नहीं, उसमें एक जारी बात है कि मैंने उसमें एक जो अपना एक स्टाइल किया था ऑस्ट्रेलिया के अंदर, बट वो मुझे खुद ही फील हुआ था और कि यार मैंने एक गलत किया है। जिस तरह वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के अंदर आपको उस चीज़ को गलत समझा जाता है, तो नेक्स्ट मैच में जब मैंने अपना टिपिकली पाकिस्तानी स्टाइल में जब अदाब जिस तरह हम कहते हैं, तो उस तरह मैंने कहा चलो अपनी जो गलती है उसको अपोलोजाइज करता हूँ और नेक्स्ट मैच में मैंने अपना स्टाइल चेंज किया था। ट्रैक सूट पाकिस्तान।
The Faisal Mosque is the largest mosque in Pakistan. Located in the national capital city of Islamabad. Completed in 1986, it was designed by Turkish architect Vedat Daloke to be shaped like a desert Bedouin's tent. It is situated at the north end of Faisal Avenue, putting it at the northernmost end of the city and the foot of the Margalla Hills, the westernmost foothills of the Himalayas. It is located on an elevated area of land against a picturesque backdrop of the Margalla Hills. This enviable location represents the mosque's great importance and allows it to be seen from miles around, day and night. The Faisal Mosque is conceived as the national mosque of Pakistan and is named after the late King Faisal bin Abdulaziz of Saudi Arabia, who supported and financed the project. It is the largest mosque in South Asia and one of the largest mosques in the world. The Faisal Mosque was the largest mosque in the world from 1986 until 1993, when it was overtaken in size upon the completion of the Hassan II Mosque in Casablanca, Morocco. Subsequent expansions of the Masjid al-Haram, the Grand Mosque of Mecca, and the Masjid al-Nabwi, the Prophet's Mosque in Medina, Saudi Arabia during the 1990s, relegated Faisal Mosque to 4th place in terms of size. Architectural
Margalla Hills, the heaven of Islamabad. The abode of God, a place where you can explore your soul and meet power of natural elegance of mountains. Spread over an area of 12,605 hectares, the Margalla Range, the foothills of Himalayas, are youngest hills with an age of 5,000 years old. Margalla Hills are home to around 600 plant species, 250 bird varieties, 38 mammals, and 13 species of reptiles. Margalla Range is characterized by many valleys, scenic spots, and beautiful water streams, especially in the monsoon months. Famous for their tranquil environment and lush green natural splendor, Margalla Hills are a particular source of pride, harmony, and spiritual solace. For the residents of Islamabad, many of whom make it a weekly ritual to scale the various trails to Damaneko and Pir Suhawa. Margalla Hills send off its visitors with lasting trail of memories to relish in solitude and provide an escape from the relentless rhythm of life.
The Badshahi Mosque, or the Royal Mosque in Lahore, commissioned by the 6th Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb in 1671 and completed in 1673, is the second largest mosque in Pakistan and South Asia and the 5th largest mosque in the world. Epitomizing the beauty, passion and grandeur of the Mughal era. It is Lahore's most famous landmark and a major tourist attraction. Capable of accommodating 5,000 worshippers in its main prayer hall and a further 95,000 in its courtyard, it remains the largest mosque in the world. From 1673 to 1986, a period of 313 years, when overtaken in size by the completion of the Faisal Mosque in Islamabad. Today, it remains the second largest mosque in Pakistan and South Asia and the fifth largest mosque in the world after Masjid al-Haram, Grand Mosque of Mecca, and Prophet. To appreciate
मुंतशिर करने के लिए आंसू गैस का इस्तेमाल, बराह रास्त फायरिंग, मुजाहिरीन ने टायर जलाकर अहम शाहराहें बंद कर दी। पाकिस्तान सुपर लीग सीजन 5 का मेला सजने को है तैयार, ऑनलाइन टिकटों की फरोख्त जारी, 500 मालियत वाले तमाम टिकट्स फरोख्त। मेगा इवेंट 20 फरवरी से शुरू होगा। PSL 5 के मैचेस कराची, लाहौर, मुल्तान और रावलपिंडी में खेले जाएंगे। और टेनिस की दुनिया के पहले ग्रैंड स्लैम ऑस्ट्रेलियन ओपन के दिलचस्प और सनसनीखेज मुकाबले जारी। दिफाई चैंपियन सर्बिया के नोवाक जोकोविच और स्पेन के राफेल नडाल दूसरे मरहले में पहुंच गए। खवातीन में आलमी नंबर 1 ऑस्ट्रेलिया की एशले बार्टी का भी फातिहाना आगाज। रूस की शरापोवा और बरतानिया की जोहाना गंटा पहले मरहले में इवेंट से बाहर। खास खबरों में फिलवक्त इतना ही। बाखबर रहने के लिए देखते रहिए पाकिस्तान टेलीविजन न्यूज।
Welcome back. Now, Prime Minister Imran Khan has left for Switzerland to represent Pakistan in the World Economic Forum being held at Davos. Prime Minister will also hold meetings with important world leaders. Welcome back. Now, Prime Minister Imran Khan has left for Switzerland to represent Pakistan in the World Economic Forum being held.
Prime Minister Imran Khan and US President Donald
Davos,
Trump will meet this week on the sidelines of World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. The Premier leaves for Davos, where he will be delivering the keynote address at the World Economic Forum special session and his interaction at the Pakistan Strategy Dialogue with CEOs and corporate leaders. On the sidelines of the summit, the Prime Minister will hold bilateral meetings with several world leaders. Several meetings are also scheduled with wide range of corporate, business, technology and finance executives and representatives of international financial institutions. Throughout his engagements at Davos, the Prime Minister will share Pakistan's vision and achievements in the areas of economy, peace and stability, trade, business and investment opportunities. He will also highlight the current situation in the Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan's perspective on key regional and international issues. Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi, Advisor on Commerce Abdul Razak Dawood, Special Assistant on Overseas Pakistani Zulfikar Abbas Bukhari, and Special Assistant National Security Division Mueed Yusuf are accompanying the Premier.
Prime Minister Imran Khan has been featured on Time magazine's cover page along with 4 other world leaders in the publication's special edition on the World Economic Forum. Other leaders alongside Prime Minister Imran Khan included founder and executive chairman of World Economic Forum Klaus Schwab, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, Microsoft founder Bill Gates, and Europe's Central Bank President Christine Lagarde. The magazine's cover featured the 5 leaders sitting on a chairlift with the snow-covered Swiss Alps in the background. US President Donald Trump and young climate activist Greta can also be seen sitting together on another chairlift in the background of the illustration.
President Dr. Arif Alvi has said the interest rates can only be controlled by overcoming inflation and price hikes. Addressing the ceremony at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Islamabad, the President said we inherited an economy in the worst shape. The President said Pakistan was under geopolitical pressure in the past. He said we have to work hard to control inflation. The President said FATF should not be used for political motives and said the current challenge is to increase purchasing power of the people. The President said the local investors will pave way for foreign investments in the country. जेब में नहीं है ढेला और देखने चले हैं मेला दूसरों को नसीहत और खुद मियां फजीयत
The United States has appreciated Pakistan's efforts in compliance with Financial Action Task Force. The appreciation was made during a meeting between Interior Minister Brigadier Retired Ijaz Ahmed Shah and Acting Assistant Secretary of State Alice Wells in Islamabad. The U.S. delegation was about to brief significant progress in both legislative and administrative matters. It was informed that execution process has also been completed to a greater extent in this regard. Referring to issues of illegal immigrants, the Interior Minister said the government has successfully managed to streamline the process to curb the menace. Alice Wells also lauded the steps taken by Pakistan on the matter of illegal immigrants. The two sides agreed to work together for enhancing the bilateral ties.
Special Assistant on Information and Broadcasting Faisal Mosque says the government has taken a
delegation was about the legislative and administrative matters. It was informed that execution process has also been completed to a greater extent in this regard. Referring to issues of legal immigrants, the illegal immigrant the Interior Minister said the government has successfully managed to streamline the process to curb the menace. Alice Wells also lauded the steps taken by Pakistan on the matter of illegal immigrants. The two sides agreed to work together for enhancing the bilateral ties.
The Special Assistant said provision of fertilizer to farmers at 400 rupees lower rate. Special Assistant on Information and Broadcasting Firdaus Ashiqawan says the government has taken a revolutionary step for progress of agriculture and prosperity of farmers.
Calling on the government to roll back discriminatory citizenship amendment act. Protesters under the banner of Young India Against CAA, NRC and UPR appealed the Supreme Court to abolish the law. They said the government must focus on issues like poverty, education, slowing economy and unemployment rather than bringing in some law that divides the country. Meanwhile, critics have also questioned Muslim exclusion, calling it discriminatory rule and a deliberate attempt to target them with a larger political agenda.
पाकिस्तान तहरीक-ए-इंसाफ ने गंदम के काश्तकारों को
In occupied Kashmir, authorities have imposed further restrictions ahead of India's Republic Day celebration. Checkpoints have been erected in many places in Srinagar and frisking has been intensified. The people of the territory, especially the Kashmir Valley and Muslim-dominated areas of Jammu region, continue to face problems due to the ongoing military siege and lockdown, which has entered the 170th day today. Indian police have arrested many Kashmiri youth during raids on houses over the past few days.
And a deliberate attempt to target them with a larger political agenda. Pakistan's new High Commissioner to Sri Lanka, Major General retired South Qatar, presented his credentials
in
to
occupied
President of Sri
Kashmir,
Lanka.
authorities have imposed further restrictions ahead of India's Republic Day celebrations. Checkpoints have been erected in many places in Srinagar and frisking has been intensified. The people of the territory, especially the Kashmir Valley and Muslim-dominated areas of Jammu region, continue to face problems due to the ongoing military siege and lockdown, which has entered 170th day today. Indian police have arrested many Kashmiri youth during raids on houses over the past few days.
उनको बताया गया कि जनाब आप फला दिन फला जगह
Pakistan's new High Commissioner to Sri Lanka, Major General retired Saad Khattak, presented his credentials to President of Sri Lanka Gotabaya Rajapaksa at the President Office in
rescued
Colombo.
22
During the audience
students
with Sri Lankan President, Saad Khattak conveyed best wishes of the President and Prime Minister of Pakistan to the President and people of Sri Lanka. He affirmed the desire to further strengthen fraternal ties between the two countries. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa warmly welcomed the High Commissioner of Pakistan to Sri Lanka and extended his best wishes. Our new weather system bearing rain and snowfall has entered Balochistan. According to Met Office, rain and heavy snowfall is expected in most parts of the province. All concerned departments have been put on alert to meet any untoward incident.
Gilgit and was stranded for the last 5 days due to heavy snow and landslides. The university's administration approached Pakistan Army. The fresh spell of heavy snowfall continues in upper areas of Badshahi district while torrential rain lashes students stuck in area bad weather. The new spell of snowfall and rain has stopped at Karakoram Highway and long-queue vehicles were seen stranded due to the blocked road. Local administration has deployed personnel for relief and rescue operations and to clear the roads. In Tehsil Alai, all link roads are blocked and travellers are facing difficulties in reaching their destinations. The rain and snowfall have doubled the cold in the region and people are completely and compelled to stay indoors. On the other hand, the intermittent rain and snowfall continues in Abbottabad, Galyat and upper regions of Hazara division. Also, the most parts of Galyat have received over 6 inches of snow by far.
A new spell of rain and snowfall once again starts in Azad Jammu and Kashmir, which had been already battered by a massive snowstorm. Difficulties for the maroon population of the area have been further intensified. Neelam Valley and adjoining areas are reeling under extreme harsh weather. Relief and rescue operation is underway where a heavy machinery has been deployed to clear roads and access people.
Now, according to spokesman of the motorway police, the Khanewal-Multan section of M5 is closed due to thick fog. Multan-Zahir Pir section of M5 is also closed as dense fog prevails in the area. Motorway police has instructed the commuters that the fog lights should be used while travelling in these foggy conditions.
Cloudy weather prevails in upper parts of the country during next 24 hours. However, rain with snowfall over hills is expected in isolated places in Upper Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Upper Punjab, Kashmir, Gilgit-Baltistan and Islamabad. According to Met Office, cold and dry weather is expected in other parts of the country during this period. Fog is likely to prevail in districts of South Punjab and Upper Sindh during morning and night hours. Met Office said a westerly wave is affecting western and upper parts of the country and likely to persist during next 24 hours.
Now in our international news segment, US President Donald Trump's legal team representing him at his impeachment trial has demanded that he be immediately acquitted by the Senate. In a brief submitted, they called the impeachment a dangerous perversion of the Constitution. Meanwhile, House impeachment managers submitted their own brief, saying President Trump engaged in corrupt conduct to cheat in the next election. Impeachment hearings will begin today. President Trump is charged with abusing his presidential power by asking Ukraine to investigate Democratic political rival Joe Biden and of obstructing Congress as it looked into his conduct. During the course of the trial, senators will hear arguments for 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. It will be presided over by the U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts. It is only the third time in U.S. history that a president is facing an impeachment trial.
The International Monetary Fund cut global growth projections for the year of 2020 and 2021 in its renewed version of the World Economic Outlook. Compared with those published in the IMF's October World Economic Outlook, the global economic growth is cut to 3.3% in 2020 and 3.4% in 2021, a downward revision of 0.1 percentage point for 2020 and 0.2 percentage point for 2021. The report said the growth rate will be stabilized at 1.6% for developed economies this year and next, and will rise to 4.4% and 4.6% for emerging and developing economies in 2020 and 21 respectively. The IMF upgraded China's economic growth forecast for 2020 by 0.2 percentage point to 6%. The IMF usually releases its World Economic Outlook twice a year, one at its spring meeting and the other one at the autumn meeting. The revisions for the world's major economies are issued in the middle of the year and the beginning of the next.
China has confirmed cases of human-to-human transmission in the outbreak of a new SARS-like virus, as the number of cases soared, and the World Health Organization said it would consider declaring an international public health emergency. The coronavirus, which has spread to 3 other Asian countries and infected more than 200 people in China, has caused alarm because of its genetic similarities to severe acute respiratory syndrome, which killed nearly 650 people across mainland China and Hong Kong in 2003. The discovery of human-to-human transmission comes as hundreds of millions of people are crisscrossing the country in packed trains, buses and planes this week to celebrate the Lunar New Year with relatives. Health authorities in the central city of Wuhan, where a seafood market has been identified as the center of the outbreak, said that an 89-year-old man became the 4th person to die from the virus and that 15 medical staff had been infected. The World Health Organization had previously identified animals as the likely primary source, but had warned of some limited human-to-human transmission. The organization said a key emergency committee would meet on Wednesday to determine whether to declare an international public health emergency.
Six Iraqis, including 2 police officers, were killed and scores were wounded in Baghdad and other cities in clashes with security forces as anti-government unrest resumed after a lull of several weeks. Medical and security sources said 3 protesters succumbed to their wounds at a Baghdad hospital after police fired live rounds in Tayaran Square. Sources and protesters threw petrol bombs and stone at police, who responded with tear gas and stun grenades. Police sources said 3 Katyusha rockets fell inside the capital's heavily fortified green zone, which houses government buildings and foreign missions.
Now, this is news just in. Sikandar Sultan Raja has been appointed as Chief Election Commissioner by the Parliamentary Committee. This is news just in that the government and the opposition have both had a consensus and agreed upon the name of Sikandar Sultan Raja, who has now been appointed as the Chief Election Commissioner of the Election Commission of Pakistan. This is news just in here at Ptv World. Sikandar Sultan Raja has been appointed as Chief Election Commissioner. The government had proposed the name of Sikandar Sultan Raja for the appointment as Chief Election Commissioner, and the opposition also had a consensus on this name. Both parties reached consensus, and therefore the name of Sikandar has been finalized. Sikandar Raja has been appointed as the Chief Election Commissioner. The government had proposed the name of Sikandar Sultan Raja for the post of the Chief Election Commissioner. Of course, Nisar Durrani would be the member of Election Commission from Sindh. This has also been decided. This is news just in that the government, who proposed the name of Sikandar Raja, has now reached a consensus with the opposition, and therefore he has been appointed as Chief Election Commissioner. The name of Sikandar Sultan Raja has been finalized for the position of Chief Election Commissioner. Meanwhile, Nisar Durrani would be the member of the Election Commission from the province of Sindh. The government and opposition finalized new Chief Election Commissioner with consensus. Of course, this name has unanimously been approved by both the government and the opposition for the position of the Chief Election Commissioner.
Now, moving on with our stories, U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said that there will be more action by the United States to support Venezuelan opposition leader Juan Guaido after meeting with Guaido on the sidelines of a regional conference in Bogota. He said the South American country, which is suffering an economic collapse and hyperinflation under the leadership of President Nicolas Maduro, is a failed state. Colombia and the United States accuse Maduro of harboring armed groups like Colombia's own Marxist-led National Liberation Army rebels and of having connections to everyone from drug traffickers to Hezbollah.
Hundreds of migrants have waded into a river on the southern Mexico border as they try to reach the United States. The migrants, mainly from Honduras, took to the water after being refused permission to cross a bridge over the Suchiate River. Mexico has cut off migration routes to the U.S. under pressure from President Donald Trump. Mexican National Guard troops with riot shields tried to stop the migrants from climbing the river bank, but hundreds appear to have breached police lines and entered Mexico. Some reports say police fired tear gas. Some of those trying to reach Mexico threw stones at the police.
The front porch of a Canada home got buried in snow over a 24-hour period as a winter blizzard hammered Canada's Atlantic coast on Friday, prompting several towns in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to declare emergency. A social media video shows that the front of a house was covered in more than 8 feet of snow on Friday through to early hours of Saturday morning. Resident of the house, Bassam Al-Shahad, said that he had to shovel snow out from his garage on the left side of his house in order to forge a path to his front door. He and his family were stuck inside for days because of a state of emergency. The storm dumped as much of 76.2 centimeters of snow on St. John's, the capital of Newfoundland, and packed wind gusts as high as 130 kilometers per hour.
Storm Gloria brought heavy snowfall, strong winds and low temperatures to parts of Spain, killing at least 3 people. With more than 30 provinces on bad weather alert, Valencia on the Mediterranean coast and the Balearic Islands were bearing the brunt of the storm. National Weather Agency, AMET, reported winds of up to 115 kilometers per hour and 8-meter high waves in the province of Valencia. At least 120 councils decided to suspend school and hundreds of kilometers of roads were cut off.
Millions of residents of Mexico City evacuated homes and buildings for an emergency earthquake drill. Authorities activated quake alarms in Mexico City, and office workers began carrying out practice runs for emergency evacuations of buildings. The drill brought back traumatic memories for many city residents from deadly quakes that have rocked the capital. Mexico's last massive quake in 2017 killed hundreds. The 7.1 magnitude quake hit central Mexico in 2017, hours after a memorial evacuation drill. Tens of thousands of buildings were damaged and dozens died as a school and offices collapsed.
Organizers of a mass gathering of twins in Sri Lanka claim they broke a world record, but overcrowding could mean the attempt is invalid. Thousands gathered to take part in the event held in an outdoor stadium in the capital, Colombo. The previous record was set in Taiwan in 1999 when 3,961 sets of twins, 37 sets of triplets and 4 sets of quadruplets gathered outside Taipei City Hall. Their non-profit organization, Sri Lanka Twins, aimed at helping underprivileged twins, triplets and quadruplets in the country, said the record attempt was followed by a concert performed exclusively by twins, including an 80-member orchestra. Sri Lanka's Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa attended as a chief guest. Arbitrators Guinness World Records did not respond to a request for comment on whether the record had been broken.
A networking reception in honor of Stephen Fitzgerald of Franklin Covey was arranged by corporate partners. Our correspondent Shabir Ahmed Wagra has more details in this report.
Corporate Pakistan Group and Nutshell Conferences arranged a networking reception in honor of Stephen Fitzgerald, who is General Manager, International Partners and General Sales of Franklin Covey. The event was attended by people from all walks of lives and appreciated the impact of Stephen Covey's book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, which is one of the 25 most influential books in the world.
We use 70 different partners, and so I have the opportunity to be able to travel and be with them, share with them the vision of Franklin Covey, and take what they're learning in their local markets to be able to create solutions that exactly fit our clients' needs wherever they might be located.
The event also honored State Minister for National Health Services Dr. Zafar Mirza, who translated the book in Urdu so that common Pakistanis can benefit from the book.
A book called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, which I happened to translate in 2001. And I'm very pleased that, first of all, this translation has become very popular. And my publisher tells me that this is the 14th edition that they are printing of this book. And it has actually affected millions of people.
Covey's best-known book has sold more than 25 million copies worldwide since its first publication and has transformed the lives of millions of people of all ages and occupations around the globe. Shabbir Ahmed Wagra, PTV World, Islamabad.
An art exhibition titled Modern Vision Part 8 by Generation Rahi of artists who learned painting from the legendary artists Mansoor Rahi and Hajra Rahi took place at Ux Gallery in Islamabad. Chief guest was Air Chief Marshal retired Muhammad Abbas Khattak. Several artists belonging to Generation Rahi displayed their paintings during the exhibition. Various themes and genres were explored by artists through their paintings. People from various walks of life attended the exhibition and appreciated the talent of the artists.
I'm very much encouraged and too much, get myself very healthiest time when I see that generation are coming up with my lessons and with my counsels, and they're coming up as a big generation of new coming artist generation in the world.
I'm feeling very proud to be part of Generation Rahi, and especially our mentors Mansoor Rahi and Ma'am Hajra. I really want to appreciate their efforts.
We are very, very thankful to Rahi and Hajra, and because of them we have this platform, and we all get together in the gallery and we paint and we have very good time, and he is our teacher. And besides that, this is a semi-abstract form you can see here, and I've painted, I'm in love with peacocks.
These paintings depict the problems that a woman has in the society in general, not only in Pakistan but everywhere.
What I see in Pakistan, the way our art is developed and matured, and people have such passion for it.
Now on to sports news. The online ticket sale for the 5th edition of Pakistan Super League 2020 has begun. General sale of tickets will commence from January 28th through dedicated TCS Express centres across 38 cities of the country. Each customer can purchase up to 7 tickets per match on one national ID card. For the grand opening ceremony on February 20th and opening match in Karachi, tickets have been priced between Rs 1,000 to Rs 6,000. Tickets for the final in Lahore on March 22nd will be priced between Rs 500 to Rs 5,000. For the March 17 qualifier in Karachi, the cheapest tickets would cost Rs 500 and the priciest one at Rs 4,000. The PSL ticket price of most of the matches will range from Rs 500 to Rs 3,000. Apart from that, PSL 2020 tickets will also be sold for a minimum as Rs 250 for some matches. All the PSL 2020 matches are scheduled in Pakistan. Around 14 matches will be held in Lahore, 9 matches will be held in Karachi, 8 matches will be held in Rawalpindi, whereas 3 matches will be played in Multan.
Pakistan cricket team plays a practice match amongst themselves today at the Gaddafi Stadium to be match ready for Bangladesh home series. The first T20 of the 3-match series will start on Friday, while the second and third are scheduled for 25th and 27th of this month. Bangladesh will then go back home and will again come back to Pakistan for the second phase on the 5th of February to play one test match at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium from 7th till the 11th of next month. The third phase of Bangladesh Tour of Pakistan 2020 will be played after the PSL, and in the third phase of the Pakistan Cricket Schedule 2020, another test match and one one-day international will be played from 3rd April to 9th of April 2020 in Karachi.
Two matches will be played today in ICC Under-19 World Cup 2020 underway in South Africa. PTV Sports is telecasting the event live. Scotland are up against Bangladesh and Scots up to bat at Potchefstroom. And at Bloemfontein, Indian up to field against Japan in today's second match. Pakistan plays against Zimbabwe tomorrow at Potchefstroom.
West Indies and Australia won their matches in the ICC Under-19 World Cup in South Africa. PTV Sports is telecasting the entire event live. West Indies defeated England by 71 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis method. Batting first, West Indies scored 267 for the loss of 7 wickets. Kevin Anderson scored unbeaten 86, Naeem Young added 66. For England, Hamidullah Qadri and Lewis Goldsworthy took 2 wickets each. In reply, chasing 268, England were 184 for 9 in 43.4 overs when rain stopped play. England was 71 runs behind the Duckworth-Lewis pass score. For West Indies, player of the match Naeem Young bagged 5 wickets. Elsewhere, Australia had an easy day, beating Nigeria by 10 wickets in a low-scoring match.
Sri Lanka will resume their first innings at 41 for 1 against 358 of Zimbabwe on day 3 of the first test of 2-match series at Harare. Sri Lanka trailed by 316 runs with 9 wickets remaining in the first innings. Captain Dimuth Karunaratne and Kusal Mendes are at the crease after Sri Lanka lost opener Oshada Fernando for 21, bowled by Donald Tripano with his seamer's first ball in the match. Earlier, left-arm spinner Lasith took 5 wickets as Sri Lanka bowled out host Zimbabwe for 358. Zimbabwe batted for 148 overs for their 358, showing great patience at the crease as they made Sri Lanka toil for their wickets.
Pakistan-Oman played 3-3 in the second match of their Masters Hockey Series in Karachi. Olympian Islahuddin and Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah Academy hosted the match where Olympian Qamar Ibrahim, Samir Hussain and Kashif Jawad posted goals. Hamoud Abdullah, Habib, Samir Ilyas, Shuman and Hussain Abdullah scored goals. Chief guest on the occasion, DG Rangers Sindh, Umar Ahmed Bukhari, in his address, said it is always heartening to see Karachi hosting sports events. He said Oman Masters team visit will help promote the game. He thanked Oman Masters team for coming out to Pakistan and condoled the demise of Sultan Qaboos and lauded his role in modernizing Oman. Both the teams play the third and final match tomorrow.
Sydney Sixers beat Melbourne Stars by 21 runs under Duckworth-Lewis method in Big Bash Cricket League in Sydney. This match was reduced to 14 overs per side due to rain. Batting first, Sydney Sixers made 143 runs for the loss of 4 wickets in 14 overs. Moises Henriquez remained top scorer with 72, while James Vince made unbeaten 41. For Stars, Sandeep Lemisham took 2 wickets. In reply, chasing a revised target of 147, Melbourne Stars scored 125 runs for the loss of 5 wickets in 14 overs. Marcus Tonius remained top scorer with 62 runs. For Sixers, Ben Dwarshuis and Tom Curran took 2 wickets each. In other match of the day, Perth Scorchers defeated Sydney Thunder by 8 wickets.
Novak Djokovic of Serbia, Roger Federer of Switzerland, Martin Fucsovics of Hungary and Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece qualified for the second round of the Australian Open tennis tournament. Defending champion Djokovic was made to sweat before beating Germany's Jan-Lennard Struff in 4 sets on the first day. In the first round, second seed Djokovic got victory with 7-6, 6-2, 2-6 and 6-1. In another first round match, third seed Roger Federer defeated Steve Johnson of USA in straight sets by 6-3, 6-2 and 6-2. Hungarian Martin Fucsovics upset 13th seed Denis Shapovalov of Canada by 6-3, 6-7, 6-1 and 7-6 in another first round match. 6th seed Stefanos Tsitsipas outplayed Salvatore Caruso of Italy in straight sets by 6-0, 6-2 and 6-3.
Maria Sharapova's faltering career hit a fresh low when the 5-time Grand Slam champion was turfed out in the first round of the Australian Open in straight sets. The The 32-year-old former world number one carried a haunted look at times in a 364 defeat to Croatia's 19-seeded Donna Vekic. There were flashes of a form that helped make Sharapova one of the most marketable women in sport, the 145th ranked Russian coming back from 5-1 down in the first set. But Sharapova succumbed in the first set in 36 minutes. She broke to go 3-1 up in the second set, but Vekic broke back twice and sealed victory on the second match point when Sharapova fired wildly wide.
Mixed trios of skiers and snowboarders hit the Swiss Alps in the first ever tag team session at the La Hague Open 2020 in a high-flying competition. 6 teams of 3 participated in the contest, which took place on a shortened slope-style course, which they traversed together with choreographed moves and daring stunts. Fabio Studder, Maxi Persinger and Sheno Lenher took home the top prize with some impressive moves, while Celia Petrick, Dario Birch and Daniel Loosely came in second.
Sam Bannett of Ireland took the opening stage of the Tour Down Under held around Tanunda near Adelaide, Australia. Bannett, making his World Tour debut for the Belgian team, won the 150-kilometer stage in a time of 3 hours, 28 minutes, 54 seconds, edging out Jasper Philipsen of Belgium of UAE Team Emirates, with Slovakian Erik Baska of Bora third. Germany's Andrei Grippel of Israel Startup Nation took fourth, with Australian Caleb Ewan of Lotto Sordal back in seventh. The tour continues tomorrow with a 135.8-kilometer stage from Woodside City to Stirling.
And in our business segment, Pakistan Stock Exchange 100 Index is down 39.37 points to 42,708.25 today, with high and low of 42,965.41 and 42,708.25. Out of total 150 trading companies, 77 advanced, 61 declined, while 12 remain unchanged.
Hong Kong stocks sank more than 1% at the start of business after Moody's cut the city's credit rating, blaming the government's response to months of sometimes violent protests. The Hang Seng Index fell 1.2% to 28,449.38. The benchmark Shanghai Composite Index lost 0.32% to 3,085.79. And the Shenzhen Composite Index, which tracks stocks on China's second exchange, dropped 0.25% to 1,825.3.
Tokyo's Nikkei index opened slightly lower, with investors on the sidelines over a lack of trading pegs a day after the benchmark index posted its best finish in nearly 16 months. The key Nikkei 225 index slipped 0.15% to 24,047.22 in early trade, while the broader Topix index down 0.10% at 1,742.47.
In Asian markets, oil prices are up in both contracts. Brent crude oil is up 11 cents at $65.31 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate is up 20 cents at $58.74 per barrel. Well, this was all for now. For more details and live streaming, log on to our website world.ptv.com.pk. You can find us on Facebook page with the name Ptv World, and also follow us on Twitter handle @WorldPTV. From Ahmad and Maheen, it's goodbye for now.
In the plain land of expanded Lahore city, in 1642, Emperor Shah Jahan, inspired by the gardens of Kashmir, built a garden complex near the old city of Lahore. The Shalimar Gardens. A multi-level terraced garden, imitating Kashmir's naturally sloping landscape that symbolizes earthly utopia, was built to please the royal guests. Comprising of 3 terraces. It covers an area of 16 hectares, divided by a water would enter the complex from the south into the central channel of the uppermost terrace to the decorative pool in the center, further flowing east, west and north, dividing the terrace into 4 square lawns. The quadrants of terrace are planted with grass, trees, shrubs and flower beds. With canals adorned with fountains. This terrace of the gardens was reserved for the emperor's harem and is known as Bagh-e Farabaksh, meaning bestower of delight. It has several private quarters, such as King's Resting Place or Aramgah. Brick walkways along the water channel were raised to enjoy the view of the lawns, and positioned between upper and middle terrace, built in white marble, is the summer pavilion. Designed to enjoy the cooling effect of the surrounding fountains and the view of the middle terrace. Known as the Faz Baksh, bestower of goodness as cheese. The water flows under the summer pavilion, falling downwards over a carved marble cascade into the central pool. – This pool has 152 fountains installed. With a marble platform called Mehtabi, right in the heart of it. Attached with causeways on the sides. At the foot of the cascade is a marble throne. Shahanashi, the king's seat. On sides of the pool, made of red sandstone, are two more pavilions. That leads down to the side gardens of the middle terrace. On the opposite side of King's Throne, across the pool, are two white marble pavilions. With a spectacular Savan Bhado in the middle. Water pouring down from the pool. It is surrounded by carved marble niches from three sides, known as Chini Khana, were made to place flowers in daytime and lamps in the night, materializing the intricate play of fire and water in an architectural feature. On the fourth side, it has an open arched corridor, exposing its beauty to the third and the lowest of terraces. Hayat Baksh, bestower of life. The perimeter wall is decorated with recesses and external piers, and 6 hexagonal towers, locally known as Burj. Made for noblemen and occasionally for public, with the layout a mirror image of the upper terrace. The lowest terrace was the point of entry to the gardens. Not until the British evolved King's Aramgah into an entry point to the gardens, connecting the gardens to the Grand Trunk Road. Another appendage to the gardens is the rest house for the French Army General, constructed in the upper terrace during the reign of Maharaja Ranjit Singh of Punjab. This site later was also plundered for its hub. This was Shahi Hammam, the royal bath complex. Shalimar Gardens has been recognized as UNESCO World Heritage Site. In accordance with the international principles and standards set by UNESCO, Department of Archaeology, Punjab, has been working extensively to conserve the garden and its buildings in its original form. with an aura of Persian Jahaba concept that combines technological innovation in hydraulics with aesthetic planting principles and symbolism of symmetry and vista. Shalimar Gardens is an encapsulation of the Mughal architectural genius.
The ancient city of Taxila is the heart of stonework in Pakistan. This art, which has been preserved and practiced for centuries, can be seen on many major landmarks of the country. Notably, the Pietra Dura work in the Lahore Fort's Sheesh Mahal. These stone products take days to complete and require immense precision and skill from the craftsmen. The final products are perfect for souvenirs, gifts, and decoration pieces. Each depicting the richness of Pakistani culture. At its camel skin is cleaned, dried and mounted onto molds which can be of any shape desired. Multicolored lacquer painting is then used to ornament the molds, which in the end bear a Mughal or Persian feel. Ivory is crafted into pens, chess sets, jewelry and other accessories such as keychains by the expert craftsmen. Such detailed work, while being extravagant, is indeed a feat to achieve, and craftsmen of Multan produce beauty with their work which is worthy of global admiration. The enchanting arts and crafts of Pakistan.
Book is life. And book is light for the future.
Good afternoon, assalamu alaikum, and welcome to PTV World. Joining you for the headlines this hour, I'm Ahmed Nawaz. Let's take a look at the top stories. Hold interaction at Pakistan Strategy Dialogue. Lahore High Court grants bail to senior bureaucrat and former principal secretary to Prime Minister Fawad Hassan Fawad in the assets beyond means case. Federal government submits reply in the Lahore High Court on a petition filed by PMLN Vice President Maryam Nawaz seeking removal of her name from the exit control list. Parliamentary Committee names the elect from Sindh and Shah Mohammad Jatoi from Balochistan. President Dr. Arif Alvi, while addressing the All Pakistan Chambers President's Conclave 2020 in Islamabad, says well-designed Pakistan is an important country for investment because of its geostrategic location and human resource dividend. A new weather system bearing rain and snowfall enters Balochistan. Met Office says rain and heavy snowfall is expected. US President Donald Trump's legal team representing him at his impeachment trial demands that he is immediately acquitted by the Senate. Online ticket sales continue at brisk pace for the showpiece event Pakistan Super League's 5th edition that starts from 20th of next month. Karachi, Lahore, will host all the matches. Pakistan plays against Zimbabwe tomorrow at Potchefstroom. PTV Sports has all the action live. Those are the headlines for now, but for their details on live streaming, log on to our website world.ptv.com.pk. You can find us on Facebook with the name of PTV World and follow us on Twitter @WorldPTV. Stay tuned.
Assalamu alaikum, you're watching Views and News and I'm Faisal Rahman live from our Islamabad studios. Today we'll be talking about this very important visit of Alice Wells, the special correspondent for South Asia. Now she's here in Pakistan on a 4-day official trip. Earlier she was in India and she was Sri Lanka as well. Now, the major areas that she is going to be discussing with the Pakistani leadership primarily is about the Pakistan-India tension, and in particular about the ongoing atrocities in the Indian-occupied Kashmir. Second area is about the tension in the Middle East. Obviously, Pakistan was given this role to diffuse tension between Saudi Arabia and Iran. But later on, there was a lot of development, and then we saw shooting down a plane, and earlier to that, the killing of General Soleimani. And if we look at it, I mean, we all thought that they're at the brink of a war, but eventually, I think a lot of parts they got involved, and this issue was diffused and tension was away. Now, at Fort Mcnair, totally flooded with the refugees in case of a war between the two countries. And then there was this good news that the Taliban have agreed for a ceasefire depending on certain conditions. Now, what are those conditions? Will it happen? And if it is happening, what will be the primary objective of that? And other than that, obviously, as we all know, that the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Shah Mahmood Saab, was in USA. Earlier to that, he was in Iran and then Saudi Arabia, and then on his way back, he went to Qatar also, and tried his level best to make sure that things should remain calm in this particular region when we talk about the Middle East. Now, that was also pretty important, and I'm sure the follow-up will be discussed in this visit of Ms. Alice Wells. But one very important aspect, and that is about the Financial Action Task Force. Now, as we all know, that there were 7 primary areas where they had shown concern. Earlier, compliance was pretty good. 5 were again. Most of the 22 were an issue. Pakistan believes that most likely will be able to either get some extension as far as time is concerned, and because this February meeting is very close, though the meeting will start in China, the preliminary meeting that is going to be held on the 21st, 22nd and 23rd, and then the main course will be discussed in the French side. What some in the white list, or we will be given some extension, maybe 3 to 6 months, and we'll remain in the grey list. Or there is another probability that what if we are written and we are pushed into the blacklist. Now, that's the worst case scenario. So we'll be talking about that in detail also. But before I introduce you to my panelists, our production team has prepared a report. Let's watch that.
A Pakistani delegation is in Beijing for talks with the global money laundering watchdog, the Financial Action Task Force Working Group. Decisions taken in China's capital would also impact the force's Paris plenary, which would decide whether Pakistan stayed in or was taken off the grey list. Pakistan has already sent a 650-page review report to the FATF on the 8th of January in reply to the 150 questions raised by the FATF. Pakistani delegation will present details about the steps taken keeping in view the recommendations of the FATF action plan. The plenary meeting of the FATF for deciding the fate of the country is expected to take place in Paris by mid-February 2020. Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi, during his visit to the US last week, urged Washington to help get Pakistan out of the grey list. Mr. Qureshi also urged the US to review its travel advisories for Pakistan and encourage investments in the country. He said reviewing the advisory can boost tourism in Pakistan. United Nations had recently included Pakistan among the 10 top tourism destinations. The foreign minister said Islamabad had taken several concrete steps to meet the FATF demands, and the time had come for the US to fulfill President Trump's pledge. On the other hand, India is trying hard to move Pakistan to the blacklist. General Rawat's remarks on FATF are further proof of India's repeated attempts to politicize FATF's technical proceedings for advancing its narrow partisan objectives.
Well, we have with us in our studio to talk about this issue. On my right is Ambassador Shahid M. Jikyani Saab, Senior Diplomat. Sir, thank you very much. And we have with us Dr. Nazir Mahmood Saab, who is a Senior Columnist, a Senior Journalist. Sir, thank you very much. And we have with us Kamal Shiva Saab, again needs no introduction, is a Senior Foreign Affairs Expert. Thank you very much, Shiva Saab. Now, Ambassador Saab, first of all, so let's start off from this FATF issue. The first sort of engagement regarding this is going to start from tomorrow in China, and then by the mid of February they'll be in Paris. We have heard that a 650 plus page report has been made, and more than 150 questions were asked by the FATF authorities. But at the end of the day, there were 21 different areas where they really wanted us to work hard and sort of show some improvement. Sir, according to your information and so far whatever we have done up till now, after having the extension to be in the grey list, sir, do you think Pakistan has done enough now, sir? Or do you believe that still more needs to be done? Where do you see Pakistan at the moment?
I think Pakistan has done extensive groundwork. But let me just share with you, sir, people have never asked as to why these issues have cropped up in Pakistan. My generation has seen, you see, whenever you go to the Gulf countries, the money being sent by hundi, if you remember, you recall. Money being sent by hundis, and then these small groups, jihadi groups, collecting money from all these things, from shops, and thus they have got these...
In the form of chanda.
Chandas. Now, earlier, before 1979 Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and then the subsequent US, occupying Afghanistan in 2001, October, November, these issues never came on the table. They were never given any prominence. But after 9/11, these issues became very important. Reason was that many of these groups which were found in the tribal areas in Pakistan and Afghanistan were being financed by these groups collecting monies either in the Gulf or in Pakistani some part of Pakistan. So it took the government of Pakistan and other institutions and security agencies quite a while to collect the information and find out as to who are these people doing, because the state was not complicit on this issue. Rather, the state wanted to clamp down on these groups collecting money because what was happening, and then they had the bank accounts in the Gulf and in the United States and other Western countries. So it became very difficult, and many of these groups were found to be working in Pakistan. So what has happened is that over the last now maybe 1 decade, the government of Pakistan is working, trying to contain the collection of this money, trying to ban these groups according to UN. There's a UN ban on certain groups, proscribed groups. So we have done enough, but there's much more to be done. For example, the National Action Plan. There is so much to be done under the National Action Plan, which we have not been able to do. There are many reasons. The coordination, which happens all over the world, the coordination between different government institutions and security agencies. So it will take us a little more time than required. The other
How
thing
much
is,
more time, Kenny Sab?
I think the government, if you recall, maybe it was 2 months back or month back, the Prime Minister himself took notice and said that I will now monitor it personally. So I'm not privy to what has been done, but I think we are moving in the right direction, but much more need to be done. Now, one other important thing, you mentioned that Miss Wells, who's here, she may be asked by our government, please, the Americans should play a role. I think the United States has a role. It has a major voice in all the financial institutions in the world.
Our foreign minister has asked the Secretary of State, Mr. Pompeo.
Yeah, Pompeo, and she will also be asked. But I doubted very much the United States would have the 100% major role to play in these institutions. There are other groups also. There are other countries also who would demand that Pakistan comply with all the other, you said 22 points. I think it is in Pakistan's interest, while the American will play a role, but I think it is in Pakistan's interest that we should comply with these instructions. As far as Indians' role is concerned, I think we have these concerns are there, but then we have other countries which are quite friendly to Pakistan, like China will play a very major role. I think Saudi Arabia has a very major role to play. So I think we need to do our part and also request the United States. But only requesting the United States and not doing enough on our part would not be enough, would not play the role.
No, Dr. Saab, if you remember, the countries which supported Pakistan and FATF, primarily Saudi Arabia, China, Malaysia, and Middle Eastern countries in general, sir. All you need is primarily 3 votes to not to be in the blacklist. Now, sir, my point is that obviously every single individual who will be sitting there having those papers must have gone through all those 650 pages, and they must be having dozens and dozens of questions, sir. Currently, it seems that on some fronts, as earlier mentioned by Ambassador Saab, that we were not able to do much, especially because of the pressure of certain political parties in Pakistan, the madrasa reforms, because that is where there seems to be a disconnect. But that is not something that simple. That is very important, but yet something where the Prime Minister will have to think twice as far as government is concerned, because there are a lot of ifs and buts involved there as well. Now, so 2 points. One, it's been almost 4 or 5 years since we were talking about FATF, sir. This National Action Plan. And I remember when General Sharif was in power and he was so aggressive and everything, and then overnight things were formulated, remember? I mean, that pace seems to be missing, or maybe the will seems to be missing. We do not hear about it, anything, 2 days prior to the main event, sir. I mean, what is this going on? Do you think we'll be able to convince the members of the FATF and tell them, like, sir, this is what we have done, and we deserve to be in the whitelist now, sir?
Well, that is a very important issue. You know, we hear about it only when, you know, a couple of days before the actual meeting.
Exactly.
But he very rightly pointed out that this is not something new, and this is not Pakistan specific also, mind you. I mean, this FATF was established when? 1989. 1989, it has been working for past 30 years now. Now, why 89? From 80 to 89, when the Afghan war was going on, as he also pointed out, I mean, money laundering was being done, because at that time...
It had a legal status at that time.
At that time, even America and all Western powers,
Saudi Arabia,
all
UAE,
Western
all
powers
these
have was doing it, but the Soviet forces
withdrawal after the withdrawal.
This is very interesting. FATF was established by G7. At that time, 4 major players have Bush Senior, Margaret Thatcher, Kohl, and Mitterrand. These were the 4 people, and these
French
were the
president.
French president. And these were the 4 countries who were very actively involved in the war against the Soviet Union. So now, once the Soviet forces were out, they could foresee that, you know, this would happen, that, you know, these organizations that they created here, they would continue their activities and the money would come. So they wanted to stop that. That was the primary reason behind that. So in 89, they, after Soviet pullout, they established FATF. But for 10 years, that means 11 or rather 12, till 2001, they established it, but because America or Western countries were not target, they did not pay much attention to it. Suddenly the situation changes after 2001, when America was attacked itself. So then they started, so for the past almost 17
when the Americans attacked Afghanistan.
Yes.
That was the time, right, sir?
Yes, that was the time.
Absolutely.
From then onwards, they start, you know, they made it more active. FATF became more active. Now, what is the situation now? And your question during the past 5 years, what we have been doing. Now, the meeting that is going to be held tomorrow, that is not the FATF proper, plenary. This is the sub-working group. This is the working groups, regional working group that will be meeting tomorrow, and there will be 35 members in it. And America is just 1. So America, what role America can play? America, I don't think
but
America
they can always persuade their own allies, sir.
Some. But last time China bailed us out. But this time, one negative thing which I see is the meeting will be hosted by both China and India. This is very interesting. Nobody is
And what difference will it make, sir?
It will make
a lot of cross questions for Pakistan.
Because China has been India has been trying to push Pakistan into the blacklist. So, as one of the hosts, China is hosting the meeting, but the chair will be shared by both China and India. This is a very interesting point. So they, while China is Pakistan's friend, India will be trying to push Pakistan into the blacklist. 2 or 3 previous countries that you pointed out who supported Pakistan Malaysia and Turkey were very important at that time. And that is the time when I once again think that Prime Minister Imran Khan should have gone to Malaysia when that meeting was being held.
Do you think that can play some sort of a negative?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But such things stand you in good stead. When you do such things, some positive things, then when the time comes when you need their help, they come out very well. So this was not a good sign that Pakistan, did not attend that Malaysia meeting. Anyway, so what Pakistan has been doing a lot. But of course, these things are not made public. Why they are not made public? Because these are bank details. Thousands of people have been arrested belonging to various terrorist organizations which were not initially declared terrorists. Lashkar-e-Taiba was there, but then Lashkar-e-Taiba started functioning under Jamaat-ud-Dawa name. Then Falahe Insaniyat Foundation.
FIF, Falahe Insaniyat Foundation.
Yes. So there were at least a dozen different organizations FATF wanted us to crack down on. There cases that you have registered against them, what are the charges against them, when the case is going to actually start. These things we don't know. I mean, I have not seen the actual.
Just by identifying an individual or a group or a political party, or for that matter anyone, and then sort of, the whole procedure, that takes a lot of time in Pakistan, unfortunately, sir. That's the worst. Now, Chima Sahab, that's the issue, because you can't develop the capacity overnight, sir. It takes time. And since it's a new challenge for Pakistan, and unfortunately or fortunately, we've been depending on certain factors for a very long time, sir. That's a reality we all know. Now, not only stop the support, but what I'm saying is that you don't need to, but it's you're taking a U-turn there as well. Do you think we can actually manage that kind of a scenario, sir?
I think
looking at the current situation, sir.
I think, sir, we have managed a lot. Things have been properly managed. For example, if you look at the Chinese statement which is coming from the Chinese Foreign Office, they're saying that Pakistan has done a lot. And the last time Pakistan was not put in the blacklist, that means Pakistan was doing good. So it means there's some progress which was going on even the last time, so we remained in the gray.
The factor of compliance?
Yeah. Yes. The point is that, for example, Pakistan is changing its banking regime. And for long, we are even having the third party involved. In the commercial activities of the bank, so that to make sure that this is not just the government of Pakistan which is taking care of this banking channel. So we have worked on this banking regime as well. So we have a support from the Chinese as well. And I think over this period of time, the way Pakistan-American relations have improved, and what Shah Mahmood Qureshi was in the US, and he equivocally spoke that we need your support this time to make it happen. I think there were two important things.
So when you say the American support, or Pakistan wants to do something regarding that, sir, it's a transactional kind of an engagement between Pakistan and USA. Obviously, if they are giving you a favor, they must be asking you in return as well.
We have delivered in that. I think there are two angles. So I will like to mention two things. First of all, we must not forget that there is a political angle to this FATF. And that political angle is where the Indian Chief of Defence Staff is openly saying that we will isolate Pakistan in terms of through FATF as using this means. So it means that India being part of this FATF.
Declared war.
So it means that is where the political angle of FATF is there. And let me tell you, sir, the last time Americans were not having a clear picture on Afghanistan. This time Americans have a clear picture, and time and again the Americans have been saying that Pakistan is helping us in Afghanistan, and Prime Minister Imran Khan is meeting, by the way, President Trump in Davos from tomorrow, which is where the Prime Minister is going. So I believe that this is the third time a Prime Minister is meeting President Trump in just 1 year more, in less than 1 year. So I think this is very important steps which are being taken. As I mentioned, the banking regime is being improved. on the political angle, India is getting exposed. Americans are getting leverage because Pakistan is helping them as far as the Taliban deal. The 10 days ceasefire has been okayed. So I think what needs to be done is that, and then the legal lacunas in Pakistan being addressed. For example, Hafiz Saeed has been punished. He's in jail, and his case is in the Lahore High Court. And for that matter, the government is working. I think not just for the optics, but on the real groundwork has been done. All what matters is that we have a huge process to deal with. Different governments have different perspectives on that. And if just look at, you have to go to the FBR. If you just look at the banking sector, the legal lacunas, getting it fulfilled through the parliament, having proper legislation on that. So I think Pakistan has done work on that. Maybe certain areas would have left, but I think for encouraging Pakistan and looking Pakistan's trajectory is on the right track. I think the FATF will listen to Pakistan, and not just the FATF. I think if the Americans push them, our friends Turkey and the Saudi Arabia and others push them, and will look at how the Indians are trying to isolate and making it a political case. So last time the Americans were making it a political case as well, and because they were not happy on our Afghanistan. So I think this time, looking Pakistan's effort.
So primarily the probability of being pushed into the blacklist, that is reduced to a very considerable level.
I don't see that.
The second option is to remain in the grey list for say another 3 to 6 months. That seems to be something which might happen. But what's the probability of that to be finally clearing it, and then the board decides that fine, you're good to go and be in the whitelist now?
I think the American elections are approaching, and I think President Trump would like to give us some favor.
Relaxation?
Yes. President Trump would like to give us some favor, because if they take it another 3 months or 6 months further, so it means it will be for the 6 months will be left for the President Trump in office. So they will be giving us favor, in my understanding. And I think, and above all, the way Pakistan is, a lot of institutions, IMF, World Bank, ADBP, they have made our ranking good, because we're doing businesses with them. And let me tell you, if they put us, we'll stay in grey list. Even in grey list, we managed to get the global financial institutions on our side. So I particularly believe that we will be listened, and Pakistan's effort will be acknowledged. And let me tell you, sir,
effort should be acknowledged. Yeah.
And above all, despite India being an aggressor state, Pakistan has shown calm. And let me tell you, Prime Minister Imran Khan's this stance is being taken very positively in the diplomatic community in Islamabad and everywhere. It is being considered that Pakistan is a responsible state, no matter what they have been telling us in the past. But I think right now, it's very positive.
No, Kani Sahab, second important area. Alice Wells is in Pakistan, sir, the main person for South Asia and the issues regarding that. Now, she was in India, and prior to that, she was also in Sri Lanka. Now, sir, one thing, the role of Pakistan in Afghanistan, that is the primary issue of the Americans, sir, and I'm sure she is here to discuss that. There is a temporary ceasefire, as we may call it, and it seems that now maybe they are working towards a solution which might last, sir.
I wish I and everybody in Pakistan would be that optimistic that in the FATF, the Americans, the magic band will work. I have all my doubts. Believe it or not, I tell you the reason. While we are doing our best, these issues of terrorism, which impacts globally, not only us, Afghanistan, Pakistan, United States also.
Every single country.
So they are monitoring this thing very, with a minutely, with a microscope. So anyway, coming back to Ms. Wells, this visit has any visit from the United States, thought agreements between the United States and which may have also have been shared with the with us and the Afghan government. It was very important because he also went to United States. Maybe something was shared with them. I think any settlement in Afghanistan, there has been a war fatigue in Afghanistan for the last many decades. The people in Afghanistan, I visited Afghanistan, are believe or not, fed up of group is Taliban, who consider themselves, I think United States...
It's a sovereign country, it's up to them.
But United States should refrain in pushing India into any relationship with Afghanistan which destabilizes its relationship with Pakistan.
The region is destabilized.
I tell you, in Pakistan-India relationship, the biggest elephant is Afghanistan. This is the elephant which is also a big stumbling block.
But sir, when we were having great relationship during the Taliban regime, even then we had problems with the Indians.
Allow me to say, sir, whenever Pakistan and India, decide to commence, a dialogue, I think this issue of Afghanistan should table.
And else,
it's all about wells.
Well, the timing is I'm very intrigued about the timing of this visit. Why? Now that reminds me that Sri Lanka was one of those countries that was also in the grey list. But in the grey list there were around a dozen countries, including a couple of countries from Africa like Ghana, Botswana. These countries were also there. A couple of countries from South America, Latin America. But talking about this region, Philippines, they learned a lot from Sri Lanka. What Sri Lanka did to get out of that list, because why was Sri Lanka there in the first place? Now, was declared a terrorist organization, and then find that if we help you in FATF, you are going to give us commitment that you will do this for us.
we
Let's put Pakistan first.
So I think, and I think the
main entry point to Lahore from the north. Last 107. When Emperor Jahangir made a stop here on his way to a hunting trip. At that time of the world, when he was coronated in 1605. In 1611, the emperor married Nur Jahan. Emperor Jahangir presented the magnificent gardens at Shahdara to his beloved empress as a gift. And from then on, the gardens were called Bagh-e-Dilkusha, garden that pleases the heart. After the 17th century, Shahdara experienced an extraordinary transformation when the emperor was buried here after his death in 1627. Shahdara's character changed from a site of pleasure gardens to a royal funerary landscape. Nur Jahan herself designed and built the magnificent for her late husband. It was by construction on the building started in 1627 and took 10 years to complete. The mausoleum's facade is made of red sandstone, inlaid with white marble motifs. Four octagonal minarets rise from each corner of the building, decorated with geometric inlaid stones, and are divided into three sections. The tomb forms the base, upon which the body of the minaret rests, topped by white marble cupolas. Jahangir's great-grandfather Babur chose to be buried in a tomb open to the sky. Jahangir's tomb broke away with this tradition by including a roof. The perimeter of the mausoleum is lined by arcades. And the building is divided into a series of vaulted compartments which are richly embellished with Mughal beyond fresco. One of the finest specimens of Mughal architecture, the tomb is the result of Noor Jahan's vision. At the center of the mausoleum is an octagonal chamber lined with carved marble, in which the remains of the Mughal emperor rest in a crypt. This is marble in a floral pattern. And black marble inlay was a common theme in Islamic mysticism. Carved screens called jali admit light in various patterns, facing toward the Muslim holy city of Mecca. The mausoleum is set in a large quadrangle with all four gates facing each of the cardinal directions. Each of the four squares is further divided into smaller squares with pathways. The Akbari Sarai is a large sarai built during the reign of Shah Jahan. The open courtyard of the sarai is flanked on all sides by a cell. To the with 3 domes. It is clad in red sandstone with was the brother of the Empress Noor Jahan and governor of Lahore. He was also buried in the complex in 1641. In 1799, with the capture of Lahore by Ranjit Singh, the complex grounds were desecrated, irreparably, with marble stone and veneered with stucco tracery and blue Kashi tiles, typical of Lahore. It was the The interior was renowned for its lavish use of white marble, which has since disappeared. The dome is of octagonal plan, where each side has an alcove. Despite its simplicity, the architecture and engineering of the tomb
She is study of the past through its material remains. Study of archaeology is different from study of history, because for study of history you depend only and only on written material, whereas for study of archaeology you have to study what has been left materially by the people of the past. For any country, their past is known through their monuments and through their archaeological discoveries, you see. Conservation of standing monument is as important as discovering new monuments, discovering new archaeological sites, discovering new material. Conservation is only an attempt to continue the existence of a particular man.
Noor Jahan, the Empress, went on to live another 18 years after Jahangir. She spent later years of her life in Lahore, away from the worldly matters. She oversaw the construction of her final resting place during her own lifetime. Unlike Emperor Jahangir, her mausoleum is the embodiment of simplicity and modesty of her character. The central chamber of the tomb contains a marble platform with two cenotaphs, one that commemorates the empress and the other for her daughter, Ladli Begum. For her tombstone, she inscribed, Bar mazare ma ghariba, na charaghe na gule, na pare parwana sozad, na sadaye bulbule. On the grave of this poor stranger, let there be neither lamp nor rose. Let neither butterfly's wing burn, nor nightingale sing.
For me, it's also very interesting to see a little window into the country.
Our objective is to promote soft image of Pakistan around the world.
We call this art on the wheels, and the wheel has finally come to Berlin.
Faslarak netto pea hunde.
Tek maha पैसे
बेवफा दोस्त से नस्वार अच्छी इसके पीछे भी कोई ड्राइवरों का होगा
इनकी भी कोई लॉजिक है ना कि भाई नस्वार साथ नहीं छोड़ती शायरी होती है ट्रक आर्ट की जो अक्सर जो है ना ट्रांसपोर्टर होटलों पे बैठे होते हैं एक दूसरे के दुख दर्द में सुनाते हैं तो फिर उसी से ये शायरी निकल जाती है फिर जैसे सोनी गड्डी सोने लोग पराना हट के और गड्डी सट के इस तरह के बहुत सारे बेशुमार जुमले होते हैं इनके ना ट्रांसपोर्टरों के
Pulpati is mean leaf and flower, but in a local language, when you come to Pakistan and say, I want to do truck art, so in a local language we say Pulpati. I mean, Pulpati is the original name of truck art. A truck art is an English word, but Pulpati is a Pulpati.
Truck art exhibition has never happened in Berlin, so coinciding with the 14th of August, we brought this group from Pakistan, and now we are at the East Side Gallery, showing the public that the kind of artwork that we have.
And truck art, I always think this is one of the unique things we can easily sell. But when I grow up and I probably learn this art with the master truck artist Heatherly, is my partner too, and with these truck artists, of course, because we don't have any truck art school. Now we are here near the Berlin Wall, I mean the East Side Gallery, and you look at the environment everybody know about. I'm sure when they go back, they will Google about Pakistan, they will know about Pakistan, and I'm sure they will get a good impression about Pakistan. That's the most important thing for us.
We have a very rich cultural heritage, and art and culture, which does not have any boundary, can easily transcend to other countries, and acceptability through this medium of our civilization, of our country, of our great nation would be easily done.
It's so amazing. I'm very happy. This is fantastic. Thank you, Pakistan.
Die Kunstwerke von Pakistan, die denn hier realisiert wurde, farblich sind die so perfekt gestaltet, da sind die drei verschiedene leuchtende Farben, die dann einfach auf Autos oder auf Flächen gemalt wird, da sind die exakt bestimmt.
Wir haben einige Symbole hier entdeckt, Berliner Fernsehturm, Brandenburger Tor, auch der Bundesadler, und das verbunden mit pakistanischen Gebäuden, mit Symbolen, mit dieser wunderschönen farbigen Kunst, wo also verschiedene Künstler sich hier ihre Kunst zeigen. Wir hoffen, dass es ein Startschuss ist für eine gemeinsame kulturelle, künstlerische Zusammenarbeit von beiden Staaten.
We met local artists and they invite us for in their studio, and they love our art. I mean, they want to do some fusion with us. I mean, they want to learn the techniques what we used. I mean, they're very impressed with the way we are doing here.
एक कांस्टेंट रिमाइंडर रहेगा बर्लिन के लोगों के लिए कि पाकिस्तान में जो है पाकिस्तान के कल्चर की एक जो है वो हिस्सा यहाँ पे हमेशा के लिए मौजूद है।
जर्मनी में पाकिस्तानी झंडे को लहरा दिया।
Hello Pakistan, I loved your culture. Yeah. I love the people, I love your colors.
The first time I've seen the car painted like this, and I think it's kind of amazing how you do it all by hand.
I think definitely attract tourism because it's worth visiting Pakistan for this. And the fact that you do it on cars and on any kind of building, yeah, no, it's impressive.
I've seen it on the internet before and it's very beautiful.
I really love this track art in Pakistan because it's very something very special.
I love it very much. It's so colorful. Very well done. It's just stunning, especially on the car. It's something I've never seen before. Really impressive.
And people are here getting crazy to see it. I loved it.
Pakistan Zindabad.
Pakistan Zindabad.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to PTV World. Joining you for the top stories of this hour, I'm Ahmed Nawaz. Let's take a look at the headlines. Prime Minister Imran Khan leaves for Switzerland to attend the World Economic Forum in Davos. Prime Minister will also hold interaction at Pakistan Strategy Dialogue. Lahore High Court grants bail to senior bureaucrat and former principal secretary to the Prime Minister Fawad Hassan Fawad in the assets beyond means case. Federal government submits reply in the Lahore High Court in a petition filed by PMLN Vice President Maryam Nawaz seeking removal of her name from the exit control list. Parliamentary Committee unanimously finalizes name of Sikandar Sultan Raja as new election commissioner. Government proposes the name for the senior position. Nisar Durrani will be member of the Election Commission from Sindh and Shah Mohammad Jatoi from Balochistan. President Dr. Arif Alvi, while addressing the All Pakistan Chambers President's Conclave 2020 in Islamabad, says world is eyeing Pakistan as an important country for investment because of its geostrategic location and human resource dividend. A new weather system bearing rain and snowfall enters Balochistan. Met Office says rain and heavy snowfall is expected in most parts of the country. US President Donald Trump's legal team representing him at his impeachment trial demands that he immediately be acquitted by the Senate. Online ticket sale continue at brisk pace for the showpiece event Pakistan Super League's 5th edition that kicks off on 20th of next month. Karachi, Lahore, Multan and Rawalpindi will host all the matches of the mega event. Two matches are underway in the ICC Under-19 World Cup 2020 in South Africa. Got bat against Bangladesh at Potchefstroom and India take on the field versus Japan at Bloemfontein. Pakistan plays against Zimbabwe tomorrow. PTV Sports will have all the action live. Those are the headlines for now, but for their details and live streaming, log on to our website, world.ptv.com.pk. You can find us on Facebook with the name of PTV World and follow us on Twitter @WorldPTV. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Politics Today. I'm Farooq Patafi. Shortly, a little while before this program, Prime Minister of Pakistan was addressing the traders, and while he was talking, he actually highlighted what has been wrong in the political culture of the House. To talk about today and tomorrow, we are going to talk about the political culture in this country right now, especially this talk of reconciliation between government and opposition. That senior leaders from ruling PTI have actually pointed out, especially Naeem ul Haq Sahab has pointed out, that there should be, if the opposition is willing to talk, the Prime Minister of Pakistan is also willing to talk and bridge gaps. But here's the biggest problem with the entire premise of talks with the opposition. And that is, there are two leading parties. Both of these parties are especially led by a family. and each family has its own concerns at heart. And they keep on talking about various laws, various concessions, how they are being persecuted. So what exactly is the possibility where you can bridge gap and you can collect them all for the better good of this country? We are going to talk about these matters and more. In order to help us understand these issues, we are joined by Imran Saab, senior journalist and a columnist also. Thank you very much for being part of the program. Next to him, a resident sociologist, but also a political analyst. Thank you very much for being part of the program. Imran Jan Saab, let me start with you and ask you, if you are going to have a reconciliation in the country, where do you begin?
Well, I mean, first of all, it is so sudden, you know, all of a sudden we are now entering the phase in Pakistani politics where someone like Imran Khan, who came to power promising that he will never be the man who will make a deal or who would compromise.
Right.
This is ability or this promise of not compromising is what actually got him elected in the first place.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I mean, is it a good U-turn? Is it a bad U-turn? Is it a, would they call it a deal making? Would they call it a mukmuka? I don't know, they probably wouldn't. They probably would try to name it is in a benign way, in a nice way. You know, this is one of those U-turns that good and visionary leaders make. But perhaps, I mean, it could be a good sign given the fact that the opposition sitting in the parliament is trying very hard to stop the government from doing anything that might be beneficial for the country.
Right.
Only because, not because they want to play a constructive role of the opposition, but because they have their personal vendetta issues against Imran Khan and PTI because of the trouble they're in right now.
Right.
So I don't know if these two or three parties actually.
Actually, you have, interestingly, you have pointed out that it was an anti-corruption platform that won Imran Khan the election. But it is a hung parliament. People say that while his mandate was this, but the overall mandate was mixed. So in the broader national interest of the country, everybody has to work together.
Exactly.
And especially when you one day listen to the stories about wheat crisis.
That's exactly what I was going to
economy
mention.
and all.
If you look at the wheat crisis right now, you might have to hire Sherlock Holmes to find out where it all started, because they're all blaming each other. They're saying, well, it started in Sindh. Bilawal Bhutto is saying, well, actually, the center has to be blamed for that.
Right.
If you look at the news reports today and maybe yesterday, you'll be completely confused. You might be better off not reading anything, because you will not know where it started, who is responsible. That's one example of the dysfunction.
You are better off not reading anything. Careful, you and I are both right.
Yes,
we shouldn't be actually handing out this advice. Especially, and I would buy laws. Where is the common minimum agenda where everybody can agree on?
Of both the opposition and the government.
Right.
So only the government is not the one who can do everything. You know, the opposition has to be there, especially in the cases of legislation. Like you see, there is hung parliament because of the Senate. You know, like Senate has the majority of opposition, and in National Assembly, the government has the majority.
Right.
So for at least the legislation, I think both of the parties, not only only the parties, the government and the opposition, they have to sit together to legislate for the common people, for the common man.
The moment, I'm glad that you're talking about legislation. We spent a lot of time in 2019 talking about lack of Parliament's contribution to the overall functioning of the government at that time. But now we have seen something else. At the start of this year, we saw Parliament coming together, actually passing a legislation. But then again, somebody has a problem with that. I mean, there are too many views, and I'm a sucker for all the opinions. But when you look at the violent expression of, thoughts, then it becomes a problem. Islamic Ideology Council is talking about NAB, bill or amendment act. What exactly is going on? How to reconcile everything?
I think NAB is it's very important. Like the government and the opposition have to sit together to change the laws of NAB. So again, we come to the legislation thing.
Yeah.
So even Islamic Ideology Council has said this, and we have seen that since the promulgation of ordinance, NAB ordinance, we have seen there are problems like 90 days remand, the other things like there is no provision of bail at all in that ordinance, so that goes against the fundamental rights of
I think it's only in suspended animation. I mean, is it this much expression of opinion? Is it too much, or is it good for the country?
Well, I think it would be good for the country, like so for that consensus is necessary, and for the good relationship between the government and the opposition is necessary. Like if you talk about the problems of the common man, especially if you want to solve those problems, it is very important that they sit together and solve the crisis. But I think for now the government wants to buy some time, and that's why they are talking about the reconciliation thing, because one of the ministers comes on the talk shows and brings something, like the boot or something, and the other one says that, oh no, like it went really wrong, like and we have taken notice of that. And again somebody comes up, some spokesman says some statement regarding the opposition, and again it starts.
So freedom of expression is bad.
Well, freedom of expression is banned in this country. We all know that, like there are certain limitations.
It is not banned. I said, is it bad?
It is not bad. It is not bad.
Okay.
It should be there.
So you have a problem with the minister bringing whatever he wants to on a set of a program.
But again, like the thing is that he should be like, if he wants to, the committees are going, the government committees are going to opposition for regarding this legislation, and again the next day comes, a minister comes with something. I mean that's really
you have an objection to that. Waqas Salim, let me bring the discussion to you and ask you to give us a meta picture, a broader picture of where things are at, and how actually to fix the problem, because everybody has a solution of their own, and when you try to do too many things actually are lost somewhere.
I guess this is $1 million question, that what is the solution, because at the moment in Pakistan everybody is trying to find a solution, but unfortunately we have been converged on a broader consensus that what basically our solution has to be. At the moment what I see in Pakistan, that everybody is, in fact, when I'm talking about everybody, it means I'm talking about the governing elite, the political parties in Pakistan and the non-elected institutions, that everybody is involved broadly into the pursuit of power, and they're just trying to stay relevant, and they have been unable to, in fact, generate a consensus that these are the issues on which we will not be doing point scoring and will not be doing politics. For instance, if you talk about the wheat crisis in our country, I mean, wheat is a staple diet in Pakistan and it's required by everybody. And since it used to be cheap as well, but now you see the kind of blame game that has started and the kind of confusion they have created in the country. If you look at the media,
when you say they, what do you mean by they?
Political elite. I mean the political parties.
Do you realize that it is not merely about political elite? There is a bureaucracy also in the system which actually runs the country.
Actually, bureaucracy is not at, I guess, on the media at the moment. All the Twitter is being run by the political parties. All the media talks are being given by the political parties.
Wheat is not an issue on Twitter, is it?
It is. I mean,
no, actually, it cannot be eaten on Twitter.
But the point,
you can talk about it on
but
Twitter.
what I'm talking about is they're just trying to make the public opinion. They're trying to shape the public opinion against the government, and this is something that is very important.
This is quite an interesting issue, and let me come back to Imran Jan and ask you, why is it that when you talk about a policy, I mean whatever policy, there are policy reverses in democracies as well, and there are governments which might have too many challenges like this one. Why is it that we are not clearly getting a narrative?
So just one comment on the issue of wheat and Twitter, and then I'll answer that. The wheat issue or the wheat crisis, the floor crisis, is for people who are not on Twitter. The average Joe, the average man or woman who's working every day very hard just to make their ends meet, they don't use Twitter. They're not on Twitter. At the same time, what you said, if there's a deal or an alliance between the government and the opposition parties, for the good of the people, an alliance, if there's a stalemate in the parliament, which is stopping the way of any policy that will actually go and benefit the people. So if there's an alliance like that that will eventually work for the benefit of the people, then it's good.
Right.
That's good.
But here's the problem. You're talking about the previous, for example, ARD or alliances of that sort. Whenever that happened, you said that was to shield the corrupt, right? Now, when you have a deal, now when you are going to have a deal, who's to say that it is not to shield any corrupt person?
There will be a quid pro quo that will be that will not be something that people would welcome. And perhaps my guess is, and I may be wrong, it would be kept under weekly. What are those other people going to want in return? Of course, some sort of sanitizing of their image, some sort of a way out of the current
People's Party has government, right? But in People's Party ruled areas, we have heard strangest kind of scandals. For example, HIV accidentally being spread, and then dog bites. Now, if we consider them, that is going to improve the quality of governance in Sindh. And what is it going to say about PTI itself?
I find it hard to believe that there would be a massive or any significant amount of betterment for the people in Sindh. It's not that hospitals would overnight start improving and working but in sort of relief the government will get in furthering their policies, and that will probably have first about Imran Khan or PTI is that he doesn't compromise. He doesn't shake hands with the corrupt elite, people like Zardari or his son Bilal Bhutto. So if he ends up doing that and he tries to paint it as a as a U-turn for the benefit of people,
or concession or sorts.
Yes, it's still
one thing, that is corruption, right?
There was that and we are going after the other political parties who brought the country to
by the courts. And one of them to be guilty of corruption. Do you think that GIT report, if you remember, you know, a business, right? Have you gone through it?
Yeah,
Even then,
there are that is why now they are considering to change the laws and all.
no.
Of course, yeah. So they are not, but you know, see, like I said, that sometimes it has been used by the
there is moral corruption, there is
Public
financial
money
corruption.
unwillingly taken.
There is
corruption. All the show up in the court and tell the honorable court that client is ill. My client has actually been to be a how are you going to break this vicious cycle? Is there a possibility that nobody is discussing? There is a very interesting example of the Prime Minister
Johnson, yes.
Yeah, there for only months. Next time you kept an answer.
So, I mean, another election is not, it doesn't seem to be on the agenda, and it bring the...
Why do you think that it will be a hung parliament even after people, even after people have as well. In the past, he seemed to be in an impossibility, like 2 years.
If you have to say that it won't be a democracy, I have my strong opinions about that. Come from the United States. It just comes from I cannot say which
model.
I don't
Thailand?
know. Perhaps. And you, public office holder and a private citizen. I, as a private citizen, brought money from the United States, for example. I bought a house here. Nobody can question me on that. I don't hold a public office. I bought a house in F6, which is about, you know, $1 million, for example. Where did the money come from?
Assets beyond means.
So, so if I cannot, nobody can probably prove it because I'm such a skillful, I'm skillfully maneuvering the system that you cannot really prove it. The court
and codify it, it becomes problematic. Things are not as black and white. There are grey parts in it.
Black and whites
Actually,
don't
I
come
just want to interject because
Yeah, please.
I never said that it's focus on what do we mean by corruption.
Yeah.
And secondly,
actually, that argument actually, since it has been going on for 73, 74 years, it brings me back to Lord of the Rings, where talking trees are negotiating, and after 3 days they say, okay, we agree that you are a hobbit, right? So this is also a problem. When you try to actually define things or go into too many definitions, you end up nowhere.
But the point is,
UN has not been able to define terrorism.
But the point is, you have to have a consensus.
Yeah, please do. You all can.
I just want to comment on it. That was the example I wanted to use. I'm sorry. So if you look at the definition of terrorism, if you pick the US code, for example, or the British code, it says the calculated use of violence to achieve goals that are political or ideological in nature. That's the definition. Now, if you take that definition and apply it neutrally, the United States and Israel probably would be the leading terrorist states in the world because they use violence. Say, well, Al-Qaeda and Bin Laden and ISIS, of course,
yeah,
those
but
are.
I didn't say US.
No.
I said UN.
Right.
Has not been able to define it.
That's exactly the argument. They will always say, "Oh, it is so difficult to define terrorism." It's not.
Yeah, but
it's
we have to come back to
very
corruption.
properly.
But we have to come back.
Corruption also.
Yeah.
They always say it's difficult to define.
No, but it is difficult to define. You agree with that?
It's your crime. You stole money from this nation, but the nation didn't put you in a.
Okay, as a citizen, if I bribe a policeman, am I part of corruption or not?
Yes, you are. You're bribing.
Is it a crime or corruption?
It's corruption.
See, there is a grey area. But the only lawyer on the panel.
You have to give me more time to research and then I can.
Yeah, but he is silent. Why are you silent, sir?
Well, because I think when you talk about codes and when you talk about the statutes and the laws, there are definitions. Of course, there are definitions of everything. You know, asset beyond means is also a way of corruption, which is mostly used in NAB laws and all that. Yeah. So, and even somebody is convicted or even acquitted on that definition.
When was NAB law actually introduced?
NAB was in 1999, yeah.
What year is this? 21 years have passed, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that corruption keeps, do you think that defining corruption by today's laws is going to be okay?
Of course.
Should we come up with those that kind of laws?
Of course, the laws need to be amended.
How do you do that when the parliament is hung, when the country is polarized, when you have post-truth society where people don't think that you are entitled to your views, they think that you are entitled to your own facts.
These are the difficulties, but ultimately it has to be legislated, and the legislation has to be there and through ordinance or through parliament.
Ordinance is an option, yeah.
No, not an option. I think that it shouldn't be an option. It is an option, but it shouldn't be an option. No, but the president. So now I think they are sitting together. I think let's see how what they come. Like there are something going after the continuation of democracy.
The ruling elite who are perhaps most educated.
No, with the continuation of democracy.
Harvard and Oxford, graduates and such.
No. What I mean is that with continuation of democracy, every like in 2008 elections, we saw that PMLQ was there was completely whitewashed, and then another government came, and with continuation of democracy, things will change.
Right.
And then of course.
And this is the idea that we kept on. At least I kept on believing in flogging regularly, right? In past 10 years. But when I look back, 1999. Afterwards, especially 2007 and onwards, today, I don't see much of reform that democracy might have brought. Last reform was brought into this country by a dictator.
Well, we can't support dictators by saying that they brought some kind of reform. But if somebody has come into power through subverting the constitution, I think we can't support him by saying that he has done something or one thing which was right or something. He did a lot of things. I mean, he might have done. But the thing is that this country has to be run through constitution of Pakistan, which is the constitution of 1973 now. So I think
So today, how do you actually resolve the deadlock? There are three options possible. Reconciliation, that might be compromise on corruption, right? It will not be, right? It will be. The second possibility is holding new elections. The third one is to letting the situation go. That will destroy everything.
There is also another option, which is in-house change. I think within next few months we'll see some kind of change. I think things are moving towards that.
This hopefulness of everybody. What do you know? Tell us.
No. I mean, I think that if we look at the recent statements of PMLQ, and of course, the
PMLQ is a junior partner in a coalition. It has the right to exploit this situation and get the maximum benefit
out of
it. It will do that. But why do you think that they are going to bring an in-house change?
MQM is also leaving. One of the ministers has resigned. I think.
Yeah, one did. The other one said that, okay, I work for Pakistan.
So no, I think once the things like the government was formed, like bringing in people.
Do you think that these two leading opposition parties, they have any internal accountability mechanism?
No, not at all.
Is there any accountability of 10 years they stayed in power and things didn't become rosy or hunky-dory?
I think the biggest accountability is done by the people when
they make the process controversial. They did it again. So what happens there?
But I think it depends that how if the democratic system runs, I think the people will vote them out.
Do you think more democracy is the answer?
More democracy is the answer.
Fresh elections is an option.
Fresh election is an option, and
which one is a better option? In-house change or a new house?
I think for now. I think the in-house change is...
Why? Because it brings your favorite leaders into power, right?
No, not at all, not my favorite.
Come on. See, this is the problem. I mean, as I'm not talking to politicians, I'm talking to the intellectual class of this country, right? The young intellectual class. And we have to actually detach ourselves from where we stand, of what we believe in, and then focus on country. If we are going to actually suggest a solution that advances our political leanings, that is not going to help. Your input, sir.
I guess at the moment the problem of Pakistan, again I would say, is asymmetrical institutional growth. Certain institutions are way too strong and the democratic institutions are relatively weak, and then unfortunately the parties which are responsible for instituting democracy in our country, they're not democratic in themselves.
Right.
So first they need to become democratic.
How?
Within themselves.
How?
And they should be, moving out of these personality politics.
I can say they should do this,
cults,
but they don't do this.
Because these are the torch bearers of democracy in our country. They are responsible for instituting democratic ethos into our society.
Right.
They are responsible for bridging this culture of patronage from the society. They are responsible for the governance.
Can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you convert this answer into a conclusion, because I'm told that we have to conclude the program as well.
So my conclusion would be that the democratic parties should become democratic in themselves, and then they start propagating and lobbying for the democracy in our country.
Right.
And this is something that they can be in service to the democracy in our country.
And perhaps if you are a leader and you have been accused, you should step aside?
There has to be morality. Yeah.
Morality, or some standards of ethics, right? Your conclusions.
So you mentioned about the parties, parties don't become democratic from within. Otherwise, we would have seen the Republicans impeaching Trump right now. So don't expect the parties to.
He's an outlier. He's not the law.
Yeah, but the party is not realizing that what he did was wrong, and they're not even saying that. So I mean, that's an example of how a single political party is not going to become democratic or accountable from within. There has to be pressure from the people. And what the solution, you said, is too much democracy a solution? I don't think so. Just drive around.
Less democracy is a
drive around Islamabad and see how people behave. Do you think democracy is for these people? I'm sorry, I'm
Excuse
from here
me,
too.
why not?
You have to.
They are my people.
They're my people too. But I don't think if you give them complete freedom of doing whatever they want to do, they would have the civic decency of civic.
Okay, we are going to have a long debate on the virtues or weaknesses of democracy one day, but not today. Your conclusion, sir?
My conclusion is that, and like the wheat crisis and the flour crisis should be it should be controlled, and I think it should be.
Should.
It should.
Is a good word.
Should is a good word because
with that you have to have a magic wand.
Yeah.
To actually solve everything.
But
that
I
doesn't
can
happen.
just request, because this is the commodity and this is the something which like everybody.
It is a staple diet, right?
Yeah.
And it is very important. But apart from that, democracy has to be.
Democracy is the only solution to run this country. Democracy.
And what is the solution to democracy?
Solution to democracy is democracy within the political parties and accountability within the political parties.
You have privilege. Why will you let it go?
Well, I think it will. They will have to let it go after the elections. Every elections, the time comes when people, their own party
Can
will
we
say
have
that you have to
elections
step
after
aside.
every 3 years so that quickly that evolution takes place?
I think some of the forces, the more powerful forces have to stay away from the political process and the democratic process. So I think that will take the country somewhere.
I have one journalist who is looking at the political side of the argument, a legal expert, one society expert, right? Can I call you a society expert? Right. So we have every kind of input. And the problem again is that the answers I'm getting are confusing me more than solving it. So we have to
at the beginning.
So we have to find a way to actually work out solutions as well, because otherwise things are not going to move forward. I'm told that we have to conclude the program. Imran Jan, thank you very much for your time. Barrister Umar Malik, always a great pleasure having you in the show. Waqas Salim, thank you very much for your time as well. It is always great having you in the show as well. Viewers, you have listened to our discussion. And the problem when you look at this situation is that while the country has been growing in the past, but what Asim Moglu in his book, Why Nations Fail, has pointed out, that institutions have to be inherently inclusive. And that is the problem, that since democracy was rushed into this country, it didn't evolve the way it has. Parties have become also extractive institutions. Somehow it has to be changed, it has to be fixed. If nothing else helps, perhaps new elections. Let us hope in coming days what exactly happens. But this idea it usually supports the
1980. It was designed by Turkish architect Vedat Daloki. This enviable location represents the mosque's great importance and allows it to be seen in Matna. The Faisal Mosque is conceived as the national mosque of Pakistan and is named after the late King Faisal bin Abdulaziz of Saudi Arabia, who supported and financed the project. It is the largest mosque in South Asia and one of the largest mosques in the world. In the completion of the Hassan II Mosque in Casablanca, Morocco. Subsequent expansions of the Masjid Mosque, architectural wonders of Pakistan.
Margalla Hills, the hills and meet powerful elegance of mountains. Spread over an area of 12,605 hills of Margalla Hills are home to around 600 plant species. Varieties, 38 mammals, and 13 species of reptiles, harmony and spiritual lands. For the residents of Islamabad, many of whom make it a weekly ritual to see out of its visitors with lasting trail of memories to relish in solitude and quite an escape from the relentless rhythm of life.
More Americans had left the labor force than had gotten jobs, and more than 10 million people had been added to the food stamp rolls. And very much a shrinking middle class. Millions of hardworking, ordinary citizens felt neglected, betrayed, forgotten. They were rapidly losing faith in the system. Before my presidency began, the outlook for many nations was bleak. Top economists warned of a protracted worldwide recession. The World Bank lowered its projections for global growth to a number that nobody wanted to even think about. Pessimism had taken root deep in the minds of things in America's future, and knew we were on the verge of a profound economic resurgence if we did things right, one that would generate a historic wave of investment, wage growth, and job creation. I knew that if we unleashed the potential of our people, if we cut taxes, slashed regulations, and we did that at a level that's never been done before in the history of our country in a short period of time, fixed broken trade deals, and fully tapped American energy, that prosperity would come thundering back at a record speed. And that is exactly what we did, and that is exactly what happened. Since my election, America has gained over 7 million jobs, a number unthinkable. I wouldn't say it, I wouldn't talk about it, but that was a number that I had in mind. The projection was 2 million, we did 7, more than 3 times the government's own projections. The unemployment rate is now less than 3.5%, and at 3.5%, that's a number that is the lowest in more than 50 years. The average unemployment rate from my administration is the lowest for any U.S. president in recorded history. We started off with reasonably high rate. For the first time in decades, we are no longer simply concentrating wealth in the hands of a few. We're concentrating and creating the most inclusive economy ever to exist. We are lifting up Americans of every race, color, religion, and creed. Unemployment rates among African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans have all reached record lows. African American youth unemployment has reached the lowest it's ever been in the history of our country. African American poverty has plummeted to the lowest rate ever recorded. The unemployment rate for women reached the lowest level since 1953. And women now comprise a majority of the American workforce. That's for the first time. The unemployment rate for veterans has dropped to a record low. The unemployment rate for disabled Americans has reached an all-time record low. Workers without a high school diploma have achieved the lowest unemployment rate recorded in U.S. history. Wages are rising across the board, and those at the bottom of the income ladder are enjoying the percentage by far largest gains. Workers' wages are now growing faster than management wages. Earnings growth for the bottom 10% is outpacing the top 10%, something that has not happened. Paychecks for high school graduates are rising faster than for college graduates. Young Americans just entering the workforce are also sharing in America's extraordinary prosperity. Since I took office, more than 2 million millennials have gotten jobs, and their wages have grown by nearly 5% annually, a number that was unthinkable. Nobody would have ever thought it was possible 3 years ago. A record number of Americans between the ages of 25 and 34 are now working. In the 8 years before I took office, over 300,000 working-age people left the workforce. In just 3 years in my administration, 3.5 million people have joined the workforce. 10 million people have been lifted off welfare in less than 3 years. Celebrating the dignity of work is a fundamental pillar of our agenda. This is a blue-collar boom. Since my election, the net worth of the bottom half of wage earners has increased by plus 47%, 3 times faster than the increase for the top 1%. Real median household income is at the highest level ever recorded. The American dream is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. No one is benefiting more than America's middle class. We have created 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs, a number also unthinkable. After losing 60,000 factories under the previous two administrations, hard to believe when you hear 60,000 factories. America has now gained, in a very short period of time, 12,000 new factories under my administration, and the number is going up rapidly. We'll be beating the 60,000 number that we lost, except these will be bigger.
That was US President Donald Trump, who was speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Of course, this forum is underway. Prime Minister Imran Khan will also be addressing this forum, as he is also in attendance representing Pakistan. We'll have further details on this in our news around the clock. Time now for a short break, but we'll be back with the headlines and the bulletin for 4 p.m. Stay tuned.
Book is life. Book is hope. And book is light for the future.
Good afternoon, assalamu alaikum, and welcome to PTV World. Joining you for the news at 4, I'm Ahmed Nawaz.
And I'm Maheen Joffrey. Let's take a look at the headlines first.
Parliamentary Committee unanimously finalizes name of Sikandar Sultan Raja as new Chief Election Commissioner. Government had proposed the name for the senior position.
Prime Minister Imran Khan leaves for Switzerland to attend World Economic Forum in Davos. Prime Minister will also hold interaction at Pakistan Strategy Dialogue.
Lahore High Court grants bail to senior bureaucrat and former principal secretary to Prime Minister Fawad Hassan Fawad in the assets beyond means case.
Fresh spell of snowfall begins in upper areas of the country, blocking Karakoram Highway and other roads. Rescue 1122 teams dispatched to Neelam Valley, where previous harsh weather claimed over 60 lives.
Asian countries ramp up measures to block the spread of a new virus as the death toll in China rises to 6 and the number of cases jumps to almost 300, raising concerns in the middle of a major holiday travel rush.
Iraqi security forces used live ammunition to disperse protesters in the southern oil city of Basra. Clashes continue in Baghdad a day after 6 people, including 2 police officers, killed and scores wounded across the country.
Online sales of tickets continue at brisk pace for the showpiece event PSL 5 that kicks off on 20th of next month. Karachi, Lahore, Multan, Rawalpindi will host all the matches of the mega event.
Two matches are being played today in the ICC Under-19 World Cup 2020 in South Africa. Scotland opt to bat against Bangladesh at Potchefstroom and Indian take to the field versus Japan at Bloemfontein. Pakistan plays against Zimbabwe tomorrow at Potchefstroom. PTV Sports is telecasting the event live.
And now for the news in detail. Parliamentary Committee has unanimously finalised the name of Sikandar Sultan Raja as the new Election Commissioner. A consensus decision to this effect was taken at the meeting of the Parliamentary Committee on appointment of Chief Election Commissioner and members of the Election Commission in Islamabad. The meeting also agreed to appoint Nisar Durrani as member of Election Commission from Sindh and Shah Mohammad Jatoi as its member from Balochistan. Minister for Human Rights Shiri Mazari said it is a matter of great satisfaction that the Parliament settled the matter with consensus. She said the names will now be forwarded to the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister Imran Khan has left for Davos to attend the annual meeting of World Economic Forum. He will be holding important meetings with world leaders on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum. More in this report.
Prime Minister Imran Khan and US President Donald Trump will meet this week on the sidelines of World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. The Premier leaves for Davos, where he will be delivering the keynote address at the World Economic Forum special session and his interaction at the Pakistan Strategy Dialogue with CEOs and corporate leaders. On the sidelines of the summit, the Prime Minister will hold bilateral meetings with several world leaders. Several meetings are also scheduled with wide range of corporate, business, technology and finance executives and representatives of international financial institutions. Throughout his engagements at Davos, the Prime Minister will share Pakistan's vision and achievements in the areas of economy, peace and stability, trade, business and investment opportunities. He will also highlight the current situation in the Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan's perspective on key regional and international issues. Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi, Advisor on Commerce Abdul Razak Dawood, Special Assistant on Overseas Pakistani Zulfikar Abbas Bukhari, and Special Assistant National Security Division Mueed Yusuf are accompanying the Premier.
Prime Minister Imran Khan has been featured on Time magazine's cover page along with 4 other world leaders in the publication's special edition on the World Economic Forum. Other leaders alongside Prime Minister Imran Khan included founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, Microsoft founder Bill Gates, and Europe's Central Bank President Christine Lagarde. The magazine's cover featured the 5 leaders sitting on a chairlift with the snow-covered Swiss Alps in the background. US President Trump and young climate activist Greta Thunberg can also be seen sitting together on another chairlift in the background of the illustration.
The Lahore High Court today granted bail to senior bureaucrat and former principal secretary to then Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, Fawad Hassan Fawad, in the Assets Beyond Means reference. The 2-member bench headed by Justice Tariq Abbasi granted bail to Fawad after he furnished surety bond worth 10 million rupees. Fawad had submitted the second bail plea in the Lahore High Court in December last year. In the fresh petition, he argued that he had been behind bars for 15 months and his health had also deteriorated during the detention. He had asked the court to release him on bail as the trial had not been completed since over 15 months of his arrest and detention in jail on judicial remand. Earlier on January 14th, the court had denied him bail in the same case while allowing in the Ashiana Iqbal housing scheme scam wherein he was nominated by NAB. Fawad was nominated in the Ashiana scam for his alleged involvement in the 14 billion rupee scam.
Federal government today submitted a reply in the Lahore High Court in a petition filed by PMLN Vice President Maryam Nawaz seeking removal of her name from the exit control list. Assistant Attorney General Ishtiaq Ahmed Khan submitted the reply before the court. Further hearing is expected to be held in the first week of next month.
President Dr. Arif Alvi has said that the world is eyeing Pakistan as an important country for investment. Addressing the All Pakistan Chambers President's Conclave 2020 in Islamabad, the President said the world leaders consider Pakistan as an emerging power because of its geostrategic location and the human resource dividend. The President, however, stressed the need for promoting domestic investment in order to further encourage the foreign investment. Arif Alvi said instead of exporting our raw and skilled manpower abroad, our focus should be to harness their talent at home by providing them the job opportunities. The President noted that the government handled the issues of trade and current account deficits with the support of masses. He said the interest rate cannot be cut down without checking inflation. He said the Prime Minister is now regularly chairing meetings to check the inflation. Regarding FATF, the President said this platform should not be used for political purposes. He regretted that one of our neighbouring countries had always tried to corner Pakistan at international forums. He, however, expressed satisfaction that the US has appreciated the progress made by Pakistan to meet the requirements on the FATF. The President said the government wants to boost trade-related activities in the country in order to cope with all the issues, including unemployment and inflation. He said we will have to promote small and medium enterprises to flourish the business-related activities in the country. The President said Pakistan has a great potential, however, we need to work together for its development and prosperity.
A fresh spell of heavy snowfall continues in upper areas of Badgaram district while the torrential rain lashes its plain areas. The new spell of snowfall and rain started from last night. Heavy snowfall forced closure of Karakoram Highway and long queues of vehicles were seen stranded due to the blocked road. Local administration has deployed personnel for relief and rescue operation and to clear the roads. In Tehsil Alai, all link roads are blocked and travellers are facing difficulties in reaching their destinations. The rain and snowfall have doubled the cold in the region and people are compelled to stay indoors. On the other hand, the intermittent rain and snowfall still continues in Abbottabad, Kalayat and upper regions of Hazara division. Almost all parts of Kalayat have received over 6 inches of snow so far.
The National Disaster Management Authority has issued alert for possible land and snow sliding amid snowfall in Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Teams of 1122 have been dispatched to Neelam Valley where they will join Pakistan Army for rescue and relief operation. Previous snowfall had wreaked havoc in Neelam Valley, killing more than 60 people.
A new weather system bearing rain and snowfall has entered Balochistan. According to Met Office, rain and heavy snowfall is expected in most parts of the province. All concerned departments have been put on alert to meet any untoward incident.
The US has appreciated Pakistan's efforts in compliance with Financial Action Task Force. The appreciation was made during a meeting between Interior Minister Brigadier retired Ijaz Ahmad Shah and Acting Assistant Secretary of State Alice Wells in Islamabad. The US delegation was about the briefed significant progress on both legislative and administrative matters. It was informed that execution process has also been completed to a greater extent in this regard. Referring to issues of illegal immigrants, the Interior Minister said the government has successfully managed to streamline the process to curb the menace. Alice Wells also lauded the steps taken by Pakistan on the matter of illegal immigrants. The two sides agreed to work together for enhancing the bilateral ties.
Now, the United States has lauded Pakistan's efforts in compliance with the FATF. Of course, Assistant Secretary of State for the United States, Alice Wells, is in Pakistan. She appreciated Pakistan's efforts in compliance with FATF and also where Pakistan has done marvelously in controlling terror financing and, of course, conviction in this regard as well. More news in detail coming up right after this short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, US President Donald Trump is addressing the World Economic Forum in Davos. We'll take you live there.
Aspect of our lives. We will never let radical socialists destroy our economy, wreck our country, or eradicate our liberty. America will always be the proud, strong, and unyielding bastion of freedom. In America, we understand what the pessimists refuse to see, that a growing and vibrant market economy focused on the future lifts the human spirit and excites creativity strong enough to overcome any challenge by far. The great scientific breakthroughs of the 20th century, from penicillin to high-yield wheat to modern transportation and breakthrough vaccines, have lifted living standards and saved billions of lives around the world, and we're continuing to work on things that you'll be hearing about in the near future, that even today, sitting here right now, you wouldn't believe it's possible, that we have found the answers. You'll be hearing about it, but we have found answers to things that people said would not be possible, certainly not in a very short period of time. But the wonders of the last century will pale in comparison to what today's young innovators will achieve, because they are doing things that nobody thought even feasible to begin. We continue to embrace technology, not to shun it. When people are free to innovate, millions will live longer, happier, healthier lives. For 3 years now, America has shown the world that the path to a prosperous future begins with putting workers first, choosing growth, and freeing entrepreneurs to bring their dreams to life. For anyone who doubts what is possible in the future, we need only look at the towering achievements of the past. Only a few hundred miles from here are some of the great cities of Europe, teeming centers of commerce and culture. Each of them is full of reminders of what human drive and imagination can achieve. Centuries ago, at the time of the Renaissance, skilled craftsmen and laborers looked upwards and built the structures that still touch the human heart. To this day, some of the greatest structures in the world have been built hundreds of years ago. In Italy, the citizens once started construction on what would be a 140-year project, the Duomo of Florence. Incredible place. While the technology did not yet exist to complete their design, city fathers forged ahead anyway, certain that they would figure it out someday. These citizens of Florence did not accept limits to their high aspirations, and so the Great Dome was finally built. In France, another century-long project continues to hold such a grip on our hearts and our souls that even 800 years after its construction, when the Cathedral of Notre Dame was engulfed in flames last year, such a sad sight to watch, unbelievable sight, especially for those of us that considered it one of the great monuments and representing so many different things. The whole world grieved. Through her sanctuary now stands scorched and charred, and a sight that's hard to believe. When you got used to it, to look at it now, hard to believe. But we know that Notre Dame will be restored magnificently. The great bells will once again ring out for all to hear, giving glory to God and filling millions with wonder and awe. The cathedrals of Europe teach us to pursue big dreams, daring adventures, and unbridled ambitions. They urge us to consider not only what we build today, but what we will endure long after we are gone. They testify to the power of ordinary people to realize extraordinary achievements when united by a grand and noble purpose. So together we must go forward with confidence, determination, and vision. We must not be timid or meek or fearful, but instead we must boldly seize the day and embrace the moment. We have so many great leaders in this room, not only business leaders, but leaders of nations. And some are doing such a fantastic job. We work together very closely. We will draw strength from the glories of the past, and we will make greatness our common mission for the future. Together we will make our nations stronger, our countries safer, our culture richer, our people freer, and the world more beautiful than ever before. Above all else, we will forever be loyal to our workers, our citizens, and our families, the men and women who are the backbone of our economies, the heart of our communities, and the soul of our countries. Let us bring light to their lives one by one and empower them to light up the world. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless your countries, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was US President Donald Trump, who was speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos that is currently underway. Of course, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, will also be representing Pakistan in this forum. The Prime Minister is in Switzerland. Of course, he's going to be representing Pakistan in this forum, talking about the world economy in general and also the achievements that Pakistan and its current government has been able to achieve and make as well in terms of the economy. Prime Minister Imran Khan, under his leadership, has also made it possible for the Pakistani economy to stabilize in various aspects as well. Now, I've been joined on telephone line by General Retired Talat Masood, expert on different topics as well, and we'll try to take a take on the Davos Forum as well. Sir, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to PTV World.
Thank you.
Right, sir, how do you see this year's Davos Forum now, with the World Economic Forum, Prime Minister Imran Khan also there? We just heard US President Donald Trump talking about how US is trying to improve the world economic outlook. But so far we've seen quite a lot of things going the other way in terms of the US-China trade war, whether it's the escalation of situations. How do you see the world economy, sir?
Well, I think the world economy, of course, I'm not an economic specialist, but at the same time, what we feel is that the fight between China and the US, as far as the economic war is concerned, to some extent has improved in the sense that there is a greater understanding now with US and in China that they have to work together because both were losing. And as you know, the Chinese also economic growth suffered as a consequence of this conflict. And that this, although the American economy seems to be doing very well, and but nonetheless, I think American economy also in the long term would suffer. So they realized that there has to be some sort of an agreement, and both have now at least agreed in principle to sort of work it out as to how China can improve its exports and reduce its exports actually to America and reduce its subsidies on exports. That is the main thing, and I believe that it is going to also buy, imports from America worth $200 billion. So that will be very helpful in the next year or so. So that is one of the major sort of achievements of the Americans, that President Trump, having put pressure on the Chinese government, has been able to at least extract this thing so that the trade between the two countries is more on an equitable basis, and China is not seen to be sort of the government not seem to be supporting the exports to America as far as the price is concerned. So I think the price war to some extent has eased, and because they don't both realize, China as well as America, that they are going to lose, and it is not in their interest to continue with this trade war. So, and the other thing is, of course, as far as Pakistan's economy is concerned, that, as you mentioned, that the government is trying to stabilize it, but of course the challenges remain, and these are very serious challenges that cannot be overlooked. So we have to continue to sort of work hard towards, improving productivity, increasing our ability to sort of, widen the export profile, because at the moment the things that we are exporting do not generate as much funds as we do, and that all requires greater skills and a much wider approach towards building the export base.
Right, sir. We do know that situations in the region, of course, whether it's instability or any other thing, impacts the economy directly. If we talk about the region on our side in general, sir, that we know that US has been trying to pull out of Afghanistan, trying to get a peace truce signed since quite some time now, with the US administration continuously trying to create dialogue. How do you see this situation? And of course, Pakistan's role in general as well. Alice Wells is also in Pakistan. Pakistan's diplomatic efforts for de-escalation in the region are already in front of everyone. What are your hopes of the Afghan peace process, sir?
Well, I think the Afghan peace process seems to be now working towards some sort of a final progress, in the sense that the Taliban have also said that, well, although they later on repudiated that they are going to sort of lower their, their activities, militant activities, and will try to sort of try to find a political solution. So I think that was very important. Apart from that, I also feel that the Americans and President Trump in particular wants to get the credit that he has been able to sort of succeed in Afghanistan. I think that is extremely important. And I would think that this time they are going to succeed in trying to find some sort of a solution. But the real key to that would be to what extent the Taliban are prepared to, work with the other Afghans, which they have so far trying to sort of dominate Afghanistan's future political power. So you can't have, the Taliban totally capturing power without giving any representation to the present Afghan government and other Afghan groups, which do definitely have a lot of support also in the country. And it would be very unfair if only they dominate the scene. So I think we have to understand this for certain.
Okay, so finally, there's another question. We see that Davos diplomacy might be done between Malaysia and India regarding the Palm Brow. Do you see any diplomacy happening between Pakistan and India?
Concern, I don't think there would be very much progress, because Prime Minister Modi is truly in such a, he has taken such an antagonistic position towards Pakistan, and he thinks that his policy of putting pressure on Pakistan would ultimately succeed. In fact, he's sadly mistaken, and what is happening is that he thinks also that by putting pressure, continuous pressure on Pakistan, it will also sort of affect Pakistan's economy. And that is why it is India's interest to sort of weaken Pakistan, but Pakistan is not going to fall in that trap. And Pakistan has resisted Indian aggression, as well as the line of control has been extremely active. And as you know, Prime Minister Imran Khan also recently warned that there is a likelihood of the LOC getting even worse, and India might try to sort of, bring about a situation by...
Right, thank you so much, Honorable Retired Talat Masood Saab, Senior Analyst, talking to us here at PTV World regarding the Davos Forum and, of course, situation in the region as well. Now, Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on Information and Broadcasting, Dr. Firdaus Ashikawan, is addressing the media. We'll take you live there.
अपना कारोबार शुरू करना चाहता था तो उसके रास्ते में उम्मीद और रोशनी की किरण की बजाय एक NOCs का पलंदा रख दिया जाता था और उसके जज्बे जो हैं वही उन पे ओस पड़ जाती थी जब वो देखता था कि मुझे कितने स्पीड ब्रेकर, हर्डल्स और रास्तों की उन रुकावटों को फलांग कर कोई NOC लेना है या कोई कारोबार करना है। तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पाकिस्तान ने कल इस हवाले से एक बहुत अहम मीटिंग की और वो तमाम कांटे जो छोटे कारोबारी हजरात के रास्ते में फैले हुए थे, बिखरे हुए थे, उनको एक एक करके चुना और बोर्ड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट के हमारे चेयरमैन की हैसियत से इनको ये क्रेडिट जाता है कि इन्होंने वो तमाम मुश्किलात जो जिससे हमारा कारोबारी तबका गुजर रहा था उनको महसूस करते हुए वज़ीर आज़म के पास एक कम्प्रीहेंसिव रोड मैप लेके आए और कल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने उसकी बाज़ाब्ता मंजूरी दी जिसको ये तफसील से बयान करेंगे। उससे पहले दो अहम इश्यूज़ हैं जिस पे हम बात कर लें तो फिर क्वेश्चंस हम डिटेल से ले लेंगे। एक तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पाकिस्तान का इंतहाई अहम दौरा जिसका आज आगाज़ किया गया है, इस दौरे के साथ जो उनका बैनुल-अक़वामी लीडरशिप के साथ इंटरेक्शन होगा, क्योंकि इससे पहले जब वो गए तो पाकिस्तान की मईशत जो है उसकी सांसें उखड़ी हुई थी। अब जब वो इस इकनॉमिक फोरम में जा रहे हैं तो एक बेहतर इकनॉमिक स्टेबल सस्टेनेबल रोड मैप जो इकॉनमी का है उसको लेके जा रहे हैं। तो इस इकनॉमिक फोरम में इकनॉमिक फ्रंट पे जो पाकिस्तान ने कामयाबियां हासिल की हैं, बैनुल-अक़वामी क़यादत को उससे रोशनास कराने का मौका मिलेगा। फिर उसके साथ साथ हम बायलैटरल जो एंगेजमेंट स्ट्रेटजी है जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पाकिस्तान का दुनिया के तमाम इन्वेस्टर्स को ओपन ग्राउंड, ओपन फील्ड और आइडियल कंड्यूसिव एनवायरनमेंट फ्राहम करने का जो अज़्म है वो वहाँ मुख्तलिफ बैनुल-अक़वामी क़यादतों के सामने रखेंगे। और ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पाकिस्तान में जो उन्होंने एक ग्राउंड तैयार कर दी है कि सरमायाकार आएँ और उस ग्राउंड पे खेलें, परफॉर्म करें और उससे पाकिस्तान को भी फ़ायदा हो और जो इन्वेस्टर आए उसको भी प्रोटेक्शन मिले। इसके साथ साथ चूँकि बहुत अहम इशू है जिसके लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने तर्जमान, वकील और उनका सफ़ीर बनने की जो बात की वो कश्मीर का इशू है। और कश्मीर के हवाले से जो उनकी UN जनरल असेंबली की तकरीर है, इस फोरम से अपने उन तमाम जो इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जो कश्मीरी अवाम के हकूक़ के लिए वज़ीर आज़म ने बैनुल-अक़वामी सतह पे वो इक़दामात उठाए हैं, वो ताज़ा तरीन जो कश्मीर की सूरत हाल है उसके हवाले से भी बैनुल-अक़वामी क़यादत को आगाह करेंगे। और ख़ुसूसन हिंदुस्तान का जो एक रियासती दहशतगर्द का असल चेहरा है, हकीकी चेहरा है, जो 5 माह से ज़ायद का अरसा गुज़र गया, कश्मीरियों को बुनियादी इंसानी, मजहबी और तमाम जो एक अखलाकी और इंसानी हकूक़ हैं उनका कत्लेआम हो रहा है वहाँ कश्मीर में, दुनिया को उससे आगाह करेंगे। और इसके साथ साथ माइनॉरिटीज़ को, ख़ुसूसन मुसलमानों को जिस तरह चुन चुन कर उनकी नस्ल कुशी करने की RSS की जो आइडियालॉजी है दुनिया को उसके हवाले से आगाह करेंगे। इसके साथ चूँकि एक आज बड़ी अहम पेशरफ्त हुई है पार्लियामेंट के अंदर, जो हमारी पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी थी अपोजिशन और हुकूमत की, आज उन्होंने कंसेंसस से मुतफिका तौर पे चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर और उनके मेंबरान के नामों की जो मंजूरी दी है, ये इस बात की अक्कासी करती है कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर पार्लियामेंट जो है वो अपना हकीकी जमहूरी किरदार अदा करने जा रही है और अवाम के मफाद में बाहमी मफाहमत का जो अमल है उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए अपोजिशन और हुकूमत ने जिम्मेदारी का मुजाहरा किया और ये जमहूरियत की एक बहुत अहम कामयाबी है कि आपने अपने अपने नुक्ता नज़र और मौक़िफ़ को बड़ी तफसील से डिबेट किया और उसका जायज़ा लिया और फिर उस नाम पे मुत्तफिक हुए जिससे उस इदारे की साख को बहाल करने में मदद मिलेगी और अल्टीमेटली ये वो तमाम अमली इक़दामात हैं जिससे वज़ीर आज़म इमरान ख़ान का जो विजन है इंस्टीट्यूशनल एम्पावरमेंट का, अदारों को बाख्तियार बनाने का, अदारों को आज़ाद बनाने का और अदारों को अवाम के मफाद के साथ जुड़े रूल ऑफ लॉ के तहत काम करने का, और इंशाअल्लाह ये जो मफाहमती अमल है ये आगे बढ़ेगा और हम पूरी उम्मीद हैं कि ये हमारा जो एक पार्लियामेंट का आइनी और कानूनी रोल है वो पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान के अवाम के बेहतरीन मफाद में आगे बढ़ के हकीकी मानों में अवाम को रिलीफ देने का बायस बनेगा। मैं चेयरमैन साहब से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि वो इस हवाले से जो कल का उनका इनिशिएटिव है उस पर बात करें और वज़ीर आज़म पाकिस्तान का जो विजन है उसको उन्होंने कैसे अमल में बदला है उससे आपको आगाह करें और उन सरमायाकारों को, ताजरों को और छोटे इन्वेस्टर्स को एक नई उम्मीद और रोशनी का जो चिराग बोर्ड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट ने रोशन किया है उससे आपको जो है तफसील से बताएं और अपडेट करें।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आप तशरीफ़ लाए। मैं पहले तो 2-3 चीज़ों की वजाहत कर दूँ। एक ये कि वफाकी सतह पे प्राइम मिनिस्टर के ऑफिस का एक मुंसलिक इदारा जिसका नाम बोर्ड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट है, जिसका काम मुल्क में सरमायाकारी का फ़रोग़ करना है, उसके पास जो मुख्तलिफ रोल्स और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ हैं उनमें से एक जो है वो कारोबार में से जो मुंसलिक लोग हैं या इंडस्ट्री है उसको जो हुकूमत से इंटरेक्शन में दुश्वारियाँ पेश आती हैं उनका रिव्यू करना और उनको ठीक करना। तो इस हवाले से हम पिछले 5-6 महीने से मुख्तलिफ़ चीज़ों पे काम कर रहे हैं और उसमें जो बुनियादी नुक्ता है वो ये है कि हमारी मदद हमने खुद करनी है और कोई दूसरा, हम सब मुल्कों के साथ बराबरी की, ऑनर की रिलेशनशिप चाहते हैं और उसके बारे में आप मुझसे बेहतर जानते हैं। प्राइम मिनिस्टर का इस इशू पे स्टांस वाज़िया है, लेकिन अगर हम खुद अपने मसाइल को हल नहीं कर सकते तो कोई दूसरा हमारे लिए ये मसले हल नहीं कर सकता। इस सिलसिले में, इस ज़मीन में एक चीज़ जो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमने पूरी इंडस्ट्री से कंसल्टेशन की, उनसे रब्ता किया, उनसे बात की और इस चीज़ का सारा क्रेडिट जो है फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर के बाद सूबाई हुकूमतों को जाता है, जिसमें सबसे पहले गो के आपको उस्मान बुज़दार साहब शायद सामने से उस तरह नज़र नहीं आते, बट वो बहुत ज़्यादा कीनली इसको उन्होंने बैक किया है। उनके साथ उनके चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब मखदूम हाशिम जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं वो। सो पंजाब की गवर्नमेंट ने, जो पीटीआई की गवर्नमेंट है, उसने ये चूँकि लाइसेंसेस का बहुत सारा हिस्सा लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स से रिलेटेड है, तो उन्होंने लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स का हिस्सा और प्रोविंशियल गवर्नमेंट्स का हिस्सा उसको बहुत डिटेल में देखा है اور اسی طرح کے پی کے میں محمود خان صاحب اور ان کے ساتھ جو چیف سیکرٹری ہیں وہ، اور اسی طرح فائنانس منسٹر جھگڑا صاحب، وہ لوگ بھی ڈائریکٹلی انوالو تھے. تو اس کا سارا کریڈٹ میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ جو پرائم منسٹر صاحب کی تاکید پہ جو ایکشن ہوا ہے وہ ان لوگوں نے کیا. ہمارا کام تھا ان لوگوں کو صرف ایک جگہ پہ نشاندہی کرنا کہ جی یہ ایک مسئلہ ہے، اور اس کے اوپر جو ریسرچ یا اس طرح کی ان پٹ چاہیے تھی وہ ہم نے اس میں ان کو ہیلپ کیا. کام انہوں نے خود کیا ہے. سو اس کا دیرفور یہ میں اس کی وضاحت کر دینا چاہتا ہوں. دوسرا یہ کہ جی ہمارے ملک میں وسائل کی کمی نہیں ہے، ہمارے ملک میں گورننس کیپیسٹی کی کمی ہے، اور یہ اس کا کسی ایک حکومت کے اوپر ذمہ رکھنا وہ انفیئر ہوگا. سکسیسو گورنمنٹس نے اس ایشو کے اوپر اس سیریسنس کے ساتھ کام نہیں کیا جس سے عام آدمی کے لیے حکومت ایک انیبلر ہو نہ کہ ایک ڈسیبلر ہو. تو اس لیے ڈاکٹر اشرت حسین صاحب ہیں، وہ ریفارم کے ایک انیشیٹو کو لیڈ کر رہے ہیں، اور اس سلسلے میں ہم بہت سارے مختلف اداروں کے اندر ریفارم کو دیکھ رہے ہیں. دیکھیں انویسٹمنٹ جس چیلنجز میں ہم رہ رہے ہیں، لیٹس بھی ہم سیدھی اگر آنیسٹلی اپنے آپ سے بات کریں تو جو ریجنل سچویشن ہے جو کشمیر میں، جس کی بنیادی وجہ سے پی ایم صاحب آج سوئٹزرلینڈ گئے ہوئے ہیں، یا جو ہمارے معاشی چیلنجز ہیں انٹرسٹ ریٹ کے اور اس طرح کے، اس میں میننگ فل بڑی بگ ٹکٹ انویسٹمنٹ جو کہ ملک کے معاشرے کے جینون ہیلپ فائدے میں ہو، اس کو لانا تھوڑا سا قدرے مشکل ہو جاتا ہے. سو ہم نے یہ چیز، ہمارا یہ پرائم منسٹر صاحب کا ویژن ہے کہ انویسٹر نہ فورن ہے نہ لوکل ہے نہ فیوچر ہے نہ کچھ ہے. آپ دیکھیں کہ بورڈ آف انویسٹمنٹ نے پچھلے 6-7 مہینوں میں ہم بائر کے دوروں پہ ہم نے بالکل پابندی لگائی ہوئی. ہمارا قانون نقطہ بڑا سادہ ہے کہ جو گھر میں موجود ہیں ان کا خیال کریں اور ان سے کہیں کہ وہ جائیں اور اپنے زبان سے بولیں، کیونکہ حکومتیں تو باہر جا کے کانفرنس، تقریر، سیمینار کرتے رہتے ہیں، اس کا نتیجہ جو ہے وہ ہم سب کے سامنے ہے. سو اس لیے پہلا قدم ہم نے کیا کہ جو پروونشل گورنمنٹس نے کیا جی، ہم نے ان کو ہیلپ کی کہ جو لوکل گورنمنٹ ایکٹ کے تحت جو مختلف کاروبار ہیں جن پہ لوکل گورنمنٹ لائسنسنگ ایشو کرتی ہے، ہم نے وہ ان سارے کاروباروں کو دیکھا گیا ایکسکیوز می، اور سیفٹی، سیکیورٹی، ہیلتھ، انوائرمنٹ اور اس طرح کے ایکسپوجرز جو کہ ایک اسٹیٹ پہ کسی انڈیویجول کے یا کسی کاروبار کے ہو سکتے ہیں، ان کو میتھمیٹکلی انالائز کیا. اور اس کا نتیجہ یہ نکلا کہ 100 سے اوپر ایسے کاروبار جن کے اندر حکومتوں کا، صوبائی، لوکل صوبائی اور وفاقی حکومت کا یہ خیال ہے کہ معاشرے پہ اس پہ صرف مثبت اثر پڑے گا، کوئی منفی اثر نہیں ہوگا، ان کے لائسنسز کو ختم کر کے اور ان کی جگہ ایک سمپل نوٹیفیکیشن جو کہ ٹیکنالوجی بیکڈ ہو تاکہ اس سے ٹرانسپیرنسی آئے. اور اس سے آپ یقین کیجئے کہ ملینز یعنی کئی لاکھ کاروبار ایسے ہیں. یہ بہت زیادہ فینسی اس طرح سے نہیں لگتا، لیکن سیاسی طور پہ اگر آپ دیکھیں تو سب سے زیادہ تکلیف میں اس ٹرانزیشن میں یہ جو ٹرانسفارمیشن ہے، اس میں سب سے زیادہ امپیکٹ عام آدمی پہ ہے اور عام کاروبار پہ ہے. تو عام آدمی اور عام کاروبار کی زندگی میں کون سے ایسے امیجیٹ میجرز ہیں جو لیے جا سکتے ہیں، اس کے اوپر ہم صبح شام کام کر رہے ہیں. اور ایک اس کی کڑی جو میں نے آپ کو بتائی کہ جو باقی ایسے کاروبار ہیں جہاں جیسے کھانے کے کاروبار ہیں یا کنسٹرکشن ریلیٹڈ مٹیریلز کے کاروبار ہیں، اس طرح کے کاروباروں میں انسپیکشن ہونی چاہیے، لیکن ان میں لائسنس بھی ہونا چاہیے، انسپیکشن بھی ہونی چاہیے، لیکن وہ لائسنسز.
That was Special Assistant of the Prime Minister on Information and Broadcasting, Dr. Firdaus Ashik Khan, alongside the Chairman of the Board of Investment, who were addressing the media in Islamabad. The Special Assistant Firdaus Ashik Khan said that the decision taken on the appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner further highlights the unity that the Parliament and all the parties, whether in the opposition or the government, have when it comes to issues of national importance and national interest. She also highlighted the importance of the Prime Minister's representation of the country at the World Economic Forum in Davos.
And now moving on, Special Assistant on Information and Broadcasting Firdaus Ashik Khan says the government has the Special Assistant said provision of fertilizer to farmers at 400 rupees low rates per bag will lead to progress of farmers and agriculture in the country. She said progress of farmer and agriculture is the progress of Pakistan.
Commander of the Kenyan Navy called on Naval Chief Admiral Zafar Mahmood Abbasi in Islamabad. Promotion on regional maritime security situation and Pakistan's stance on the commander of the Kenyan Navy appreciated setting up of medical camps by Pakistani ships at Mombasa.
In occupied Kashmir, Indian troops in their fresh act of state terrorism martyred two Kashmiri youth in Pulwama district today. The youth were killed during a coordinated search operation attack in the same area.
In India, students from several universities held protest demonstrations in New Delhi calling government back Discriminatory Citizenship Amendment Act. Protesters under the banner of Young India against the bill appealed to the Supreme Court to abolish the law. They said the government must focus on issues like poverty, education, slowing economy and unemployment rather than bring in some law that divides the country. Meanwhile, critics have also questioned Muslim exclusion, calling it discriminatory law and a deliberate attempt to target them with a larger political agenda.
In occupied Kashmir, authorities have imposed further restrictions ahead of India's Republic Day celebrations. Checkpoints have been erected in many places in Srinagar and frisking has been intensified. The people of the territory, especially the Kashmir Valley and Muslim-dominated areas of Jammu region, continue to face problems due to the ongoing military siege and lockdown, which entered 170th day today. Indian police have arrested many Kashmiri youth during raids on their houses over the past few days.
Pakistan Army rescued 22 students of Lahore University of Management and Sciences from snow-hit Rattu area of Gilgit. Students had gone for skiing to Gilgit and were stranded for the last 5 days.
Asian countries and Tuesday round up measures to block the spread of a new virus as the death toll in China rose to 6 and the number of cases jumped to almost 1. It's also been reported in other major Chinese cities, including Beijing and Shanghai. China's National Health Commission confirmed for the first time that the infection could be transmitted from human to human. Australia to Thailand and as far as Nepal, nations stepped up fever checks of passengers at airports to detect the SARS-like coronavirus.
Iraqi security forces used live ammunition to disperse protesters who were blocking the street and throwing stones in the southern oil city of Basra. Clashes continued in Baghdad with protesters throwing Molotov cocktails and security forces one day after 6 people, including 2 police officers, were killed and scores were wounded across the country. Security forces in the capital responded with firing tear gas at protesters. More than 450 people have been killed so far.
T20. Each customer can purchase up to 7 tickets per match against one national identity card. Tickets are priced from 1,000 to 6,000 for the opening ceremony and opening match in Karachi on 20th of February. Tickets for the 22 March from 5 scheduled in Lahore, 9 in Karachi, 8 in Rawalpindi, and 3 matches will be played in Multan.
Will be played after the PSL concludes. And in this phase, they will play another test match and one ODI to be played in Karachi. Latest of forex rates. And we see the US dollar buying at 154.5 and selling at 100 with the Pakistani rupees. The euro is buying at 170.5 and selling at 172.5 against the Pakistani rupee.
Gold is available for 90,000 rupees and 22 karat gold 10 grams is available for 70,766 rupees.
Now in the weather update, with cold and dry weather expected elsewhere in the country, Islamabad stays on Tuesday at 10 degrees centigrade with greyish clouds all over the federal capital. Of course, a bit chilly in Islamabad. Lahore on Tuesday afternoon stays at 17 degrees centigrade, a bit warm, but still the evening is expected to go to a bit chilly. Karachi on Tuesday stays at 25 degrees centigrade with the sun out and shining to make the weather a bit pleasant for the Karachiites. Peshawar on Tuesday stays with partly cloudy and sunny weather conditions. The temperature at 11 degrees centigrade. Evenings expected to be quite chilly. Quetta has some respite from the negative temperature as the temperature today stays at 7 degrees centigrade. On a Tuesday afternoon, evening, the temperature scale would be dropping to as low as we could see. Murree stays at -2 degrees centigrade with cloudy weather conditions with a chance of snowfall and rain expected in the holiday destination of Murree. Muzaffarabad, Azad Jammu and Kashmir stays at 8 degrees centigrade on cloudy weather conditions prevailing on Tuesday.
Well, this was all for now. For more details and live streaming, log on to our website world.ptv.com.pk. You can find us on Facebook page with the name PTV World and also follow us on Twitter handle @WorldPTV. From Ahmed and Maheen, it's goodbye for now.